Order. We will now begin the daily routine with presenting and reading petitions. Presenting reports of committees. Tabling reports, regulations, and other papers. I recognize the honourable member for Hammonds Plains, Lucasville.
Madam Speaker, I would beg leave to make an introduction, but I think the guests that are with me today are funneling their way in. Perhaps I'll hold off and do the introduction after I table the paper.
Sure.
So, Madam Speaker, I have with me here today 3 pieces of information. One is feedback from the community of Highland Park. It is follow-up information from the community that suffered the largest number of damaged homes and destroyed homes. We held a virtual town hall, so we have the feedback that was collected from that meeting. Highland Park also put together a community survey on their priorities in response to the wildfire. So that's one piece that I'm going to table for the benefit of members in the House. The second, and perhaps my guests are here now, but I beg leave to make an introduction.
Please do so.
So behind me, in the gallery behind me, we have representatives from a newly formed grassroots organization composed of many members throughout the community. I believe that their following now is in excess of 1,000 people. These are representatives of smaller community subdivisions from across the Tantallon, Hammonds Plains, Lucasville area, who are very concerned about progress with respect to emergency management, egress, a number of different things. These folks can be known as the Tantallon Wildfire Life Safety Coalition, and I hope they're standing behind me, but if they're here in the House behind me, please stand and welcome to the House. And thank you, Madam Speaker. And for the record and the benefit of members in the House, I would like to table a letter from the Coalition dated August 27th to the Premier, which lays out a number of thoughtful priorities, courtesy of the community that, one of the communities in our province that suffered a major tragedy this summer. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yesterday during question period, the Minister of Education said that she had not received any correspondence from myself or my office on, and this was the first that she was hearing of these issues. I would like to table all the correspondence from the past 6 months from my office to the Minister on a number of issues regarding education and meeting with the Minister directly.
Just in reference to the honourable member for Hammonds Plains, Lucasville, just to table those documents. Great, thank you so much. They have been tabled. Okay, I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would also like to table the call log from my office to the Minister directly, mentioning numerous times, calling 15 times with no reply, to be able to have a meeting with the Minister. I'd like to table that within this House. Thank you.
The documents have been tabled. I myself would like to table a document pursuant to Section 33(7) of the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act and Section 4 of 3 of the Privacy Review Officer Act and Section 93(b) of the Personal Health Information Act. I am tabling the Office of the Information and Privacy Commissioner for Nova Scotia, the 2022-2023 Annual Report. Are there any further tabling of reports, regulations, and other papers? Statements by ministers. Government notices of motion. I recognize the Honorable Minister for Military Affairs.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I hereby give notice that on a future day, I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas October 23rd, 2023 marks the 54th anniversary of the HMCS Kootenay disaster, the worst peacetime accident in the history of the Royal Canadian Navy, and whereas the explosion off the coast of England and the resulting fire and toxic smoke claimed the lives of 9 crew members and seriously injured 53 others, and whereas the brave actions of the ship's crew prevented further loss of life and provided lessons learned to avoid future tragedies, we offer our heartfelt appreciation for the sacrifice made in the protection of freedoms that we as Canadians enjoy. Therefore, be it resolved that October 23rd, 2023 be recognized by the members of the House of Assembly as HMCS Kootenay Day in the province of Nova Scotia. Madam Speaker, I request waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? Agreed. It is agreed. With all those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. Contrary minded, nay. The motion is carried. I recognize the Honourable Minister for Military Relations.
Seniors and long-term care.
For seniors and long-term care.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas Nova Scotians of all age deserve to be comfortable and well taken care of in their homes or in long-term care. And whereas our dedicated staff, organizations, physicians, family caregivers, and volunteers go above and beyond to meet the unique needs of their residents and clients to ensure the highest quality of care, to help them live their lives to the fullest in the places they call home. And whereas Continuing Care Month is a time to recognize and celebrate the dedicated people who work with and volunteer in long-term care, home care, and adult protection, and supporting Nova Scotians in communities across our province. Therefore, be it resolved that all members in this House take the opportunity presented by Continuing Care Month in Nova Scotia to recognize the many hardworking people who work in this sector and thank them for their caring and loving care. Madam Speaker, I request waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? Agreed. It is agreed. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary minded, nay. The motion is carried. I recognize the Honourable Minister for Seniors and Long-Term Care.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas seniors live in long-term care and the people who care for them provide a wealth of experience, expertise, compassion, and inspiration. And whereas the annual Long-Term Care Awards of Excellence shines a much-deserved spotlight on individual staff and teams, leaders and residents who are making an exceptional mark in transforming our long-term care sector in Nova Scotia. And whereas this year's event recognized 6 dedicated individuals and teams for their achievements in leadership, diversity, innovation, and advocacy, and celebrated all of the contributions made in long-term care in Nova Scotia, making it a warm and welcoming home and workplace for all. Therefore, be it resolved that all members of this Nova Scotia Legislature join me in recognizing the contributions and leaderships of those who live and work in long-term care across the province of Nova Scotia. Madam Speaker, I request waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? It is agreed. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary minded, nay. The motion is carried. I recognize the Honourable Minister for Acadian Affairs and Francophone.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to make an introduction.
Please do.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Dans votre tribune, nous avons avec nous aujourd'hui un monsieur de ma circonscription, Monsieur Roger d'Entremont, qui est récipiendaire du certificat de mérite léger commun. Madam Speaker, in your gallery, we have from my constituency, Mr. Roger d'Entremont, accompanied by his son, Andre, and Roger is the recipient of the certificat léger commun, and I ask the members of the House to welcome him to the chamber today.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Acadian Affairs and Francophone.
Madame la Présidente, en date ultérieure, je demanderai l'adoption de la résolution suivante. Attendu que le certificat de mérite léger commun reconnaît le travail exceptionnel d'une personne qui a apporté des contributions exceptionnelles au développement, à la promotion et à la vitalité de la communauté acadienne de la Nouvelle-Écosse dans un ou plusieurs domaines, et attendu que M. Roger d'Entremont, originaire de Pamlico-Ouest, est le récipiendaire du certificat léger commun en 2023, et attendu que M. d'Entremont a été le directeur général du village historique acadien de la Nouvelle-Écosse et, à titre de bénévole, a contribué à sa communauté en siégeant à plusieurs conseils et comités dont le but était de promouvoir la culture acadienne et la langue française. Par conséquent, qu'il soit résolu que tous les membres de l'Assemblée législative se joignent à moi pour féliciter Roger d'Entremont pour son dévouement et ses nombreuses contributions à la communauté acadienne et francophone de la Nouvelle-Écosse. Madame la Présidente, je demande l'adoption de cette résolution sans préavis et sans débat. Madam Speaker, I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas the Léger Commun Certificate of Merit recognizes exceptional work by an individual who has contributed to the promotion, development, and the vitality of Nova Scotia's Acadian community in one or more sectors, and whereas Mr. Roger d'Entremont from West Pamlico is the 2023 recipient of the Léger Commun Certificate. And whereas Mr. d'Entremont was the Executive Director of the Village Historique Acadien de la Nouvelle-Écosse and has been actively involved in his community, volunteering and sitting on many boards and committees that promote Acadian culture and the French language. Therefore be resolved that all members of this House join me in congratulating Roger d'Entremont for his dedication and many contributions to the Acadian and Francophone community of Nova Scotia. Madam Speaker, I request waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? Agreed. It is agreed. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary minded, nay. The motion is carried. I recognize the Honourable Minister for Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Permission to make an introduction before I begin.
Yes, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In your gallery, I am so thrilled to welcome members of Nova Scotia's first Youth Climate Council. This council gives young people across the province a formal, direct, and dedicated way to influence public policy on climate change and the environment. And I'd like to introduce them. Sophia Linfield, Morgan Broom, Avery McKinnon, Sydney Griffiths, Morgan Rolston, Yashita Gore, Mitchell Hiscock, Peter Oyedo, Zaina Lamontagne, Kira Grady. As well, I'd like to introduce Hannah Esterbrook, the Youth Engagement Lead for the Clean Foundation, who created the council in partnership with the province of Nova Scotia. Madam Speaker, these youth are the driving force behind this council. Their passion, their energy, their unwavering commitment to addressing the climate crisis, it's inspired us all. Their voices have been resonating across the globe through marches, strikes, and relentless advocacy. And I want to thank them for joining us today, and I ask my colleagues to give them a warm welcome to the Nova Scotia House of Assembly.
The Honourable Minister for Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas October 23rd is the International Day of Climate Action, a day that seeks to raise awareness and mobilize action to address the pressing issues of climate change. Whereas Nova Scotia's Youth Climate Council, of which some members are joining us in the gallery today, has demonstrated exceptional commitment and leadership in advocating for climate action, raising awareness, and driving initiatives to contribute to a more sustainable and resilient future. Whereas I commend the members of the Youth Climate Council that has dedicated countless hours of their time and energy to drive meaningful climate policies, organize rallies and events, and educate our community on the importance of climate action. Therefore, be it resolved that Nova Scotians join me in recognizing the International Day of Climate Action and thanking the Youth Climate Council for their unwavering dedication, passion, and relentless pursuit of climate justice. Madam Speaker, I ask for waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? Agreed. It is agreed. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried. I recognize the Honourable Minister for African Nova Scotia Affairs.
Madam Speaker, I beg leave to make an introduction.
Yes.
It is my absolute honor to introduce today's distinguished guest in the East Gallery. We have with us, and please give them a warm welcome, Russell Gross, Executive Director of the Black Cultural Center, Dr. Isaac Saini of Dalhousie University, Coordinator of the Black African Diaspora Studies Program, Bill Leahy, President and Vice Chancellor of the University of King's College, and Dr. Teresa Ray-Jack Talley, Dalhousie University, the Vice Provost of Equity and Inclusion. I ask that they rise and accept the warm welcome of this House.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for African Nova Scotian Affairs.
Madam Speaker, I hereby give notice that on a future day, I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas Dalhousie University and the University of King's College have partnered with the Black Cultural Center for Nova Scotia to house the groundbreaking 2023 Universities Studying Slavery USS Conference from October 18th to the 21st. And whereas this significant international conference on the role of slavery in higher education and its legacies will mark the first USS conference held outside of the United States, and whereas this will also be the inaugural USS conference to spotlight the history of slavery in Nova Scotia and Canada, along with the experiences of the African Nova Scotians in particular. Therefore, be it resolved that all members of the House of Assembly join me in thanking the organizers of the University Studying Slavery Conference and acknowledging the social, economic, and cultural contributions and achievements of Black people and communities across the Black Atlantic world, including those in Canada and Nova Scotia. Madam Speaker, I request waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? Agreed. It is agreed. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary-minded, nay? The motion is carried. Any further government notices of motion? We will now move on to introduction of bills. I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to make an introduction.
Sure.
Madam Speaker, I would like to make an introduction of guests in the gallery, and I ask that our guests rise as I speak your name. Carrie Barnes, Flynn Waller, Raz Abrosky, Goldie Godfrey, and Vicki Godfrey. Vicki Godfrey works as co-lead of the court She Said, and I want to thank them for coming today and all the work that Vicki and her colleagues do to make positive changes, establishing education and support for victims of domestic violence and sexual assault. Thank you for being here with us today. Madam Speaker, I beg leave to table a bill, an act to amend Chapter 238 of the Revised Statutes of 1989, the Provincial Court Act, in honor of Kira's Law. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Cumberland North begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 238 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Provincial Court Act.
Bill 361, an act to amend Chapter 238 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Provincial Court Act.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. I recognize the honourable member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to table a bill entitled An Act Respecting the Electrification of Transportation.
The honourable member for Timberley Prospect begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act Respecting the Electrification of Transportation.
Bill 362, an act respecting the electrification of transportation.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to table a bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 120 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Early Learning and Child Care Act, to end child care waitlist fees or deposits.
The honourable member for Halifax Needham begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 120 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Early Learning and Child Care Act, to end child care wait list fees or deposits.
Bill 363, an act to amend Chapter 120 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Early Learning and Child Care Act, to end child care waitlist fees or deposits.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. I recognize the honourable member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to table a bill entitled An Act Respecting Accessibility and Affordability of Heat.
The honourable member for Timberley Prospect begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act Respecting Accessibility and Affordability of Heat.
Bill 364, an act respecting accessibility and affordability of heat.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Establish a Safe Indoor and Pandemic Preparedness Committee. Indoor Air and Pandemic Preparedness Committee.
The honourable member for Dartmouth North begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Establish a Safe Indoor Air and Pandemic Preparedness Committee.
Bill 365, an act to establish a safe indoor air and pandemic preparedness committee.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. We'll move on to notices of motion. Statements by members. I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland South.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And may I beg leave to make an introduction before my statement that has nothing to do with my statement.
Please do.
Thank you. I'd like to draw the members' attention to the gallery opposite where we have two visitors. Somebody that's no stranger to the walls here, Stephen Moore from Forest, Nova Scotia, but also a warm welcome to staff from Forest, Nova Scotia. Todd Burgess, his very first time in the legislature, so let's give Todd a warm welcome from the members. Madam Speaker, I would like to recognize Brian and Laura Hibbert, operators of Fundy Treasure in Joggins. Brian and Laura have a variety of unique and locally made gifts, arts, candles, gemstones, and much more, all made by local artisans and products from Nova Scotia. In addition to the gift shop, Fundy Treasures also offers fossil tours on the Joggins Cliffs and crystal and gemstone tours in the Parsboro area. The Hibberts traveled to Pittsburgh, where Brian accepted the Strimple Award for Paleontological Society, which recognizes outstanding achievements in paleontology by amateurs. Please join me in congratulating Brian and Laura Hibbert of Fundy Treasures on their outstanding award and wish them continued success in the future. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Yarmouth.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today to congratulate the remarkable organization, dedicated volunteers behind the Celtic Colours International Festival held in Cape Breton. Your unwavering commitment and hard work have brought joy and culture to thousands of people. The 2023's festival's incredible rebound is a testament to the resilience and passion that these volunteers and organizers have. I want to thank them for creating a spectacular event that showcases the best of Cape Breton and world-class talent. The efforts of these individuals have made a lasting impact on the local economy. So here's to many more years of music, culture, and fun in Celtic Colours.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel, Sable Island.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to make an introduction relative to my member statement.
Yes, please.
All members to extend a warm welcome to Bram St. Peters, who's here today with his parents, Shannon Reedy and Craig St. Peters. Madam Speaker, today I would like to take a moment to recognize one of the youth in my constituency whose knowledge I know will help make Nova Scotia a better place. Bram St. Peters from Citadel High School is the recipient of this year's Youth Award at the Discovery Awards for Science and Innovation. The Youth Awards is presented to the student from Nova Scotia with the best showing at the Canada-wide Science Fair, and Bram's work clinched him the award this year. He discovered that he could stimulate plant growth in lunar soil by combining small amounts of human biosolids with earthworm castings. This sets an amazing precedent for future work in the field, and I couldn't be prouder to say that a student from my constituency is helping make life on the moon more hospitable to plants. Madam Speaker, I ask that the House join me in congratulating Bram St. Peters for his discovery and wish him all the best as he accepts the Discovery Award later this fall.
I recognize the honourable member for Colchester North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize Alan Sutherland of Bass River. Alan is a community-minded person who serves on numerous committees and boards. Madam Speaker, he serves as the treasurer of the Nova Scotia Blind Golfers Association and a board member of the GI Memorial Committee and Colliston House. He was also heavily involved in coaching youth baseball and hockey. Madam Speaker, as well, Alan served with the Truro Fire Brigade for 25 years as captain and deputy chief, helping to protect the town of Truro. Alan also has served on the executive of the Canadian Firefighters Curling Association for 25 years and as president for the past 9. Madam Speaker, this past March, Alan retired from his position with the Canadian Firefighters Curling Association, and I wish to recognize Alan for his commitment to the fire service, the Canadian Firefighters Curling Association, and I ask all members of this House to join me in wishing him well in his future endeavors. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Temberley Prospect.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize Craig Slonwhite from Terrence Bay for winning the East Coast International Pro Stock Tour for the 2nd straight year. This tour is considered the highest level of stock car racing in Canada and is recognized as one of the healthiest touring series in North America. Slonwhite has won the past 2 titles, picking up 7 race victories along the way. His 2022 margin of victory by 84 points over Russell Smith Jr. was the largest in the 22-year run of the Tour. Slonwhite has taken a one race at a time approach this season because he knows firsthand how difficult it is to win races. He has raced on tour for 16 seasons and has 14 wins and 62 top 5 finishes. He says winning starts with the car setup because the teams are so close. According to Slonwhite, there are so many good competitors around that if you miss it by a 16th or 1/8 of an inch before the race starts with your last final adjustment, it takes you out of the winner's circle. I'd like the members of the House of Assembly to join me in congratulating Craig on a successful win and wish him all the best in the future races. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Violence is occurring in the homes and communities in each one of our constituencies. Just in the past 2 months, 2 women have died from domestic violence in my area alone. 2 years ago, I met with our Minister of Justice to request changes in our legal system here to end the culture of misogyny. Too many victims of domestic violence and sexual assault face a non-supportive culture in law enforcement, Crown prosecutors, and provincial judges, further victimizing people and children that have already experienced great trauma. The federal government passed a law, Kira's Law, honoring 4-year-old Kira Cogan, who was found dead with her father in apparent murder-suicide. This federal law will see the education of those working within the federal legal system to protect women and children better from domestic violence. Considering the recommendations of the Mass Casualty Commission, I join all advocates in Nova Scotia to end domestic violence and sexual assault and for the government to do more to provide support and education. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Madam Speaker, my former office was located beside Chaders in Dartmouth North, and that's what we used to say to people. We're beside Chaders because everyone in Dartmouth North knows Chaders and loves Chaders. George Chater first opened his butcher store on Portland Street in 1969, and it is now an institution in North Dartmouth. As one of the comments on social media said, a person said that George had watched their kids and now their grandkids grow up. And another person commented that their child refers to Chaders as the bacon store. Not only is Chaders known for its bacon and freezer orders, cold cuts and more, but it's known for how much Chaders gives back to the community. George and Chaders has been a longtime supporter of the Dartmouth Senior Centre and was recognized by the Centre for their support in 2018. They've supported the North Dartmouth Outreach Resource Centre, Trinity Emmanuel Church, and even Mary's African Cuisine up here on Barrington Street when they offered community members a free Christmas meal during the peak of the pandemic. I asked the House to join me in congratulating Chater Meat Market on over 50 years of business and giving back to the community. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Shelburne.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize and acknowledge the commitment of our local volunteer firefighters, ground search and rescue, and countless local volunteers who supported them this past summer when Shelburne County had experienced the worst wildfire in Nova Scotia's history. More than 60 external volunteer departments joined the effort in fighting this massive fire that had burned close to 25,000 hectares of woodland, more than 60 homes, and a total of 150 structures. The relentless effort to save homes was truly incredible. And although homes were lost, were it not for these volunteer heroes, many, many more would have been destroyed. Madam Speaker, I respectfully ask all members join me in thanking these exceptional volunteers for their long hours of dedication to the residents of Shelburne County. We are truly thankful for their help. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Bedford Basin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As part of Small Business Week, I'd like to congratulate Made in the Maritimes Artisan Boutique. In late April 2015, Joel Kelly and Mark Smith opened their business at Sunnyside Mall. Their dream was to promote and share the work of local artisans, and now over 200 makers sell their wares through Made in the Maritimes. They've expanded to new locations. They're now in a very large space in Bears Lake, as well as heritage space in the Hyderstone district, and they have a great online shop as well. I know I'll always find something beautiful in one of their shops when I'm looking for a locally sourced gift. Now, I do need to mention that Joel and Mark are giving back to their community. When Souls Harbor Mission set up new apartments for women and children along the Eastern Shore earlier this year, Joel and Mark ensured that $15,000 worth of housewares and furniture made their way to new apartments, and how heartwarming is that? While I miss them being in Bedford, I do love that they are doing well. Congratulations, Joel and Mark, on 8 years of business success.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to mark the passing of an iconic Dartmouth restaurateur, Fotis Fotouros. A Greek immigrant who came to Canada with $50 in his pocket, he built a vibrant community and a loyal following in Dartmouth. Mr. Fotouros was the energy behind two iconic restaurants, John's Lunch and the Pleasant Street Diner, which his two sons, Tommy and Stephen, opened after a lifelong training at their father's knee. These eateries serve as community meeting spaces and always have a line of eager eaters waiting to get in. I'm saddened to say that John's Lunch will close its doors at the end of this month, but luckily we will still have the diner to get our fresh fish and chips. Charming, mischievous, a dedicated family man, Mr. Fotouros was famous for throwing big parties and leaving everything on the dance floor. He leaves behind his loving wife, children, and grandchildren, and an entire city that thinks of him as family. I ask all members of this House to join me in celebrating the life and legacy left by Mr. Fotis Fotouros.
I recognize the honourable member for Kings West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize that it has been 100 years since the incorporation of the town of Berwick. Historically, Berwick has been pivotal in the province's apple industry and has been known as Nova Scotia's apple capital for many decades. Orchards, farms, vineyards, and forests envelop the town, making for an idyllic rural setting. The first settlers arrived in the area in the early 1800s, and it remained a community for a century before residents voted to become a town, and it was incorporated on May 25th, 1923. I was pleased to be able to bring remarks from the province this past May at the official ceremony to celebrate the town's incorporation. It was a momentous occasion celebrated at the town hall with many citizens enjoying heritage memorabilia, local musicians, children's events, and yes, of course, a big cake. But Berwick decided to not just celebrate a birthday, they are celebrating a birth year. Included in their celebrations are mural projects around town, special sticker added to the Valley Wildcats helmets for the year. A local brewery created a special Berwick Centennial beer I may have tried once or twice. But, Madam Speaker, full of tradition, yet progressive at the same time, Berwick is a model for a town in our province. Please join me in congratulating the town of Berwick on their 100th-year celebrations. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Sydney, member 2.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I got a message last night while we were in the legislature from my oldest daughter, Emily, who had a question that she wanted me to bring to Halifax, that everybody was working, that her class is trying to decide whether they're going to donate socks or hats this winter to kids that need them in the community. So the kids were talking about it in her grade 4 class at Sydney River Elementary, so their teacher, Roberta McIsaac, decided they should have a debate on it. So Emily went to tell all of her friends that her dad is in the legislature right now, so she's going to ask him the question. So one of the constituents you got to keep a promise to, especially she is one of them. So I do want to rise my place, and I want to tell Emily and all of her friends and classmates how proud I am of them for stepping up to try to help kids in the community. And I also want to recognize their teacher, Roberta McIsaac, who is not only a great mentor and teacher to my daughter, but to many kids in the community. So Emily, I kept my promise. So I asked the question, and I know that you and your friends will raise a lot of either socks or hats for kids in the community.
I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am proud to have the premier cheerleading all-star residing in Gardner Mines. On May 6, 2023, the premier cheerleading all-stars, Miss Blush team, won silver at the All-Star World Championship in Orlando, Florida. This summer, I had the opportunity to surprise the Miss Blush team at their banquet to offer my congratulations. They worked hard for that silver medal and proudly represented our area on the international stage. Congratulations to Team Miss Blush, coaches, parents, and the premier cheerleading all-stars. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Waverley Fall River Beaverbank.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I stand here to welcome and thank a new resident of Fall River. Ms. Speaker, Elizabeth Booth moved to Nova Scotia with her husband 3 years ago, and in her brief time here, she has become a valuable member of the community. Elizabeth threw herself into volunteering right away, making connections and connecting community members. From her assistance with bingo games to a greater role with Calouse, Elizabeth has sprung into action to help Fall River. Ms. Speaker, Madam Speaker, please help me extend a huge thank you to Elizabeth and her husband for their work in our community. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Atlantic.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and happy Friday. Madam Speaker, today I'd like to thank the amazing volunteers and people of Ketch Harbour. They do so much to make it a welcoming community. But I want to bring to your attention the ice cream social in the summer, and now the hot chocolate and cookie social. While it's fantastic to get a treat, what is even better is the conversations, the friends, the family, and the community. Madam Speaker, words cannot describe the appreciation my family and I feel to be welcomed at these events. Thank you to everyone that makes this happen and makes Ketch Harbour such a special place to live, work, and play.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize the Brunswick-Cornwallis Preschool, 1963 to 1991. The preschool just recently celebrated a historical milestone, recognizing past teachers, board staff, and community members. The Brunswick-Cornwallis Preschool began as an interracial, interdenominational partnership between two neighboring churches in the north end of Halifax, Cornwallis Street United Baptist Church and Brunswick Street United Church. The preschool in 1963 was a true testament of how community can come together to fill a need, childcare for all children. The aim was to address the educational inequities for low-income and marginalized children in the North End at a time where racial unrest existed. I would like all members to join me in celebrating the Brunswick-Cornwallis Preschool and all of the organizers for their historical milestone and preservation of their rich history.
Thank you. I recognize the honourable member for Richmond.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, today I would like to acknowledge Jerry Sampson, who has been a dedicated volunteer with the Royal Canadian Legion Branch 150 in Arishat for many years. Jerry has worked with the young cadets in the 235 Aero Sea Cadet Corps and has received a life membership with Branch 150. His work volunteering with the local veterans is appreciated by so many residents. Jerry has also spent many hours volunteering at St. Anne's Community and Nursing Care Centre, entertaining residents with his singing and guitar playing. He is also a key volunteer for the local fish fry meals, which makes the trip to Arishat even more special. Please join me in honoring Jerry Sampson, who is a true friend of our community. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for King South.
Madam Speaker, it's always a great pleasure for me to recognize the achievements of our next generation of scholars. It shows Nova Scotians the promise of the future. The Irving Family Foundation at Acadia University recognizes the potential of very special students through their Scholars Award, one of the most prestigious post-secondary awards in Canada, valued at $60,000 over 4 years. Wolfville's Carmen Peng, a 2023 graduate from Horton High School, is the recipient of the Irving Family Foundation Scholars Award this year. Carmen is an accomplished student, a social justice and environmental advocate, And if that's not enough, she's also an extremely talented musician well known to the Wolfville community. Carmen created her own Waves of Change Foundation, holding 8 conferences to raise awareness on climate action and youth mobilization. I have tremendous confidence in Carmen's future success and impact on our world. Please join me in congratulating Carmen Pang on receiving the Irving Family Foundation Scholarship. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Peer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On July 18th, the New Waterford Urban Centre, home to many organizations, including the Library and the Pensioners Club, was renamed to honor the late Dr. Daniel Nathanson. The building will now be called the Dr. Dan S. Nathanson Memorial Urban Centre. It is a fitting tribute to name a central building in the community in honor of one of the most beloved and respected residents. Dr. Nathanson was dedicated to our community and sought to improve people's lives everywhere he could. He served residents as a physician, surgeon, and their mayor. Dr. Nathanson was an advocate. He was a visionary, and it is an honor now to have the Urban Center named after him, and his family are proud as can be, and we had an opening ceremony, and the family gave us tons of stories about him. It was great. Thank you.
Thank you. I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth East.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this past September, I had the honor of attending the retirement party for Leo McKenzie. The touching tributes I witnessed only solidified my belief that Leo's leadership throughout his career has been indispensable to those he worked with and to our community as a whole. Through his efforts with Better Together, Leo has transformed what it means to live in a group home. The guys at Better Together, especially within the last 6 months, have been everywhere in the community, helping out every year with the Terry Fox Run and contributing towards the community cleanup. These are just some of the incredible contributions that Better Together has made with Leo at the helm. While I'm sure this is not a final farewell, as Leo will still be around to help out, I wanted to take this moment, Madam Speaker, to give a well-deserved acknowledgement to Leo McKenzie for his services to Better Together and the community at large. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Fairview Clayton Park.
Madam Speaker, on August 26th, Hello Pets celebrated their 1-year anniversary with a day-long celebration. Callie and I proudly presented them with a certificate to honor their work fostering the bond between humans and their furry friends. Over the last year, owners and passionate animal enthusiasts Mohammed Ashik and Hasper Rahman Abir have integrated themselves into the Fairview Clayton Park community by attending events, donating prizes for giveaways, and collaborating with community groups. They have created a space where love, care, and compassion abound, fostering an environment where both pets and their humans thrive. Whether you're a seasoned pet owner or a first-timer, you will find valuable advice, genuine camaraderie, and a passion for all things pets at Hello Pets. Madam Speaker, I invite all members to join me in celebrating this outstanding business who have dedicated their time and heart to improving the lives of our beloved pets and their human companions. Thank you for making our community a better place, one wagging tail and purring heart at a time. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax-Chebucto.
I would like to extend the congratulations of the House to K.R. Bigden of Halifax-Chebucto, whose 2022 novel, Wonderworld, received the prestigious Thomas Riddall Atlantic Fiction Award at the Atlantic Book Awards in June. Wonderworld plows its own furrow on the landscape of the migration and moving home literature of the Maritimes. It tells the story of Isaac Funk, who leaves his conservative hometown on the prairies to study music and embrace queer culture in Halifax, only to return years later to re-experience the contradictoriness of home. The Riddall jury said of Wonderworld that it challenges stereotypes of rural life and is a virtuoso exploration of hope, a story of building bridges to family and community while staying true to oneself. The Thomas Riddall Atlantic Fiction Award is the largest literary prize in Eastern Canada, and Wonderworld is published by Enfield and Wizenti. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Preston.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to recognize the East Preston Seniors Club, who will be celebrating their 33rd anniversary in December of 2023. The group meets every month and are highly active in their community and surrounding areas. Seniors over 80 were honored with a certificate for their continuing work with the club, sponsored by Community Links. They hosted information sessions on life and estate planning, insurance planning, and aging well at home. The club also has members on the Executive Council, Halifax County Seniors Council Zone 15, and the Federation of Seniors and Pensioners of Nova Scotia. Madam Speaker, I ask all members of the Nova Scotia Legislature to please join me in acknowledging the East Preston Seniors Club and thanking them for the great work they are doing and will continue to do in our communities, recognizing that age is only a number. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Cole Harbour-Dartmouth.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to invite my fellow MLAs to join the Cole Harbour Community Fridge, located at the Cole Harbour Woodside United Church on Bissett Road, for their grand opening tomorrow between 2 and 4. This community group is focused on reducing food insecurity in the Cole Harbour area. Like other community fridges, their fridge is modeled on a take what you need, leave what you can model. They will be relying on community members to come together to support each other through donations. Donations of non-perishable goods that are not expired, fresh produce, hygiene and personal care products, school-safe snacks, and easy-to-make meals will help them feed our neighbours. I ask that the members of the House of Assembly join me in not only thanking the community volunteers, but also for seeing the need to address food insecurity in our schools and community and have worked to make this community fridge a reality. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel, Sable Island.
Madam Speaker, today I want to take a moment to recognize an organization in Halifax that is addressing housing inequity for 2S LGBTQI+ Nova Scotians. Up to 40% of Canadian youth who are homeless are also part of the 2S LGBTQIA+ community, and youth and adults alike often struggle to find acceptance and safety in many shelters. The North End Community Health Centre is looking to change that. This fall, the North End Community Health Centre is starting a program to affordably house 2S LGBTQI+ folks in Halifax. There will be shared living environments with multiple individual apartments and will welcome 2S LGBTQI+ residents with varying support needs. Madam Speaker, I ask my colleagues in the House recognize the North End Community Health Centre's work to ensure the comfort and safety of 2S LGBTQI+ Nova Scotians and resolve to consider the same in their work going forward.
I recognize the honourable member for Eastern Passage.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to acknowledge Derek Bona from Eastern Passage for his dedication to living a healthier lifestyle and for sharing his journey online to inspire us all. Derek has already lost an approximate 157 pounds in 36 weeks. Derek's family, friends, and inspiring gym trainer, Rick of Rick My Trainer, have supported Blue Jays fan Derek through all of the challenging times and helped celebrate Derek with all the milestones that he has met. Derek's co-workers have also shown tremendous support, and Derek even had a shout out on social media from actor Arnold Schwarzenegger. We thank Derek for continually inspiring all of us through his testimonials, like the one Derek gave at our Music for Mental Health fundraiser in May. Madam Speaker, I ask all members of the Nova Scotia Legislature to join me in congratulating Derek Bona of Eastern Passage on sharing his tremendous journey. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Cole Harbour.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'd like to recognize and join with my colleagues in recognizing the University Studying Slavery Conference 2023. This is a conference of universities studying slavery, and it is a consortium of over 100 institutions of higher learning in the United States, Canada, Colombia, Scotland, Ireland, and England. These schools are focused on sharing the best practices and guiding principles of their engaged truth-telling and educational projects focused on human bondage and the legacy of racism and in their histories. Madam Speaker, this is the first time that the USS conference is being held outside of the United States. I do like to recognize and commend the University of King's College, Dalhousie University, and the Black Cultural Center for their vision in this conference. I'd like all to welcome all the delegates and congratulate them on their in-depth conversations.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Madam Speaker, just blocks from my constituency office is the North Dartmouth Outreach Centre on the ground floor of Stairs Memorial United Church. And in that centre is housed the Stairs Food Bank. At the helm of the Every Wednesday Food Bank is President of the NDORC, Sam Schwartz. And this past April, Sam was awarded a 2023 City of Halifax Volunteer Award for District 5 by City Councillor Sam Austin. In an average week, the food bank provides food to 135 adults and 60 children. Sam has been instrumental to the food bank's move towards a client-centered model where visitors can ostensibly shop for items of their own choice and lead the food bank through the height of the pandemic. Every year, there is a major operation to pack holiday hampers, which last year went to 160 homes in North Dartmouth. And every year, I look forward to seeing Sam in his element, making all that work. Although food banks need to go out of business, Madam Speaker, in the meantime, I ask the House to join me in congratulating the very deserving Sam Schwartz for his recent award and for his efforts in tackling food insecurity in Dartmouth North.
The honourable member for Chester St. Margaret's.
Today, I rise to speak about White Sails Bakery and Deli. Not only is their food delicious, but they are always jumping in to not only help the community, but anyone in need. For example, during the Tantallon fires, they did not miss a beat by providing fantastic food to all the firefighters. Now they are working towards Kennedy's Memorial Breakfast Program drive. It's been a year since the family lost this beautiful child. While this was a tremendous loss, the family is very strong. And moving on, if you'd like to donate groceries, gift cards, nut-free cereal, fruit cups, yogurt tubes, please drop them off between October 22nd to October 23rd at the White Sails Bakery and Deli. That's 12930 Peggy's Cove Road. Or you can always Facebook them or email them at info@White Sails Bakery. I just want to thank White Sails Bakery and Deli for being a wonderful business in Chester St. Margaret's, and thank you for doing this food drive.
Order. We will now have oral questions put by members to ministers. The time is 10 o'clock and we will finish at 10:50. I recognize the honourable leader of the official opposition.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Premier ran on an election campaign of empowering local decision makers and decentralizing decisions made in this province. And I'll table that, Madam Speaker. But what's happened is the opposite. The Premier has systemically scrapped independent boards, oversight, accountability. He has cut independent board members who are experts and appointed his friends, his personal friends, according to him, and paid them $1,500 a day to be in these positions. And now he is looking at taking over authority of HRM when it comes to development and planning. Madam Speaker, why, after the Premier ran on an election promise to decentralize decision-making, empower local decision-makers, has he done the exact opposite?
I recognize the honourable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I believe the core centerpiece of our election campaign was to fix health care and make sure Nova Scotians can have access to health care, Madam Speaker. And to fix health care and make sure people can have access to health care, you need to actually get things done, Madam Speaker, and that's why this government is moving forward with results for Nova Scotians. And quite frankly, Madam Speaker, it seems to be that Nova Scotians are pretty pleased with their government so far.
I recognize the Leader of the Official Opposition on his first supplementary.
Madam Speaker, after saying he'd bring the health authorities back, he's actually further centralized the health authority, and we have not seen results of that. But I will give the Premier credit. Some things are getting done. We learned yesterday, without documents, without studies to support it, without any information, that the Premier has made a $9 million exit in his own riding off the highway. A $9 million project in the Premier's home riding that also wasn't tendered. So we're seeing that the Premier's cutting of authority, independent authority, and oversight is not just impacting patronage appointments, it's also impacting spending in this province. Is that why the Premier's gotten rid of independent oversight? So he can spend and do how he pleases without anybody saying anything about it?
I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Madam Speaker, I mean, I would hardly accept the premise that there's no oversight of government spending. There's an Auditor General. There's an opposition, which sometimes can be effective. They have that opportunity to be effective. There's the media. There's Nova Scotians every single day. And in terms of this exit in particular, this is an exit that was always contemplated. In fact, the exits go from 27 to 29. 28's been missing through my whole lifetime, Madam Speaker. There's a long distance between those two exits. It's a safety issue. It's a growth issue. And the fact that we asked the person who was already building the highway to continue and build this exit, I don't think that should be a surprise to anyone, Madam Speaker.
The Leader of the Official Opposition on his final supplementary.
The Premier says there's oversight in this House. He spent hundreds of millions of dollars outside of their own budget, Madam Speaker. Tell me that there's oversight on that. Madam Speaker, here's the facts. The Premier has cut independent oversight. He has elevated his friends to positions of authority where they're paid big dollars, and he has moved on projects that are untendered. For this highway project, which is over $9 million, also for the housing project. Taking over HRM, we're considering that this is going to be the same thing. And these aren't just my words. This is the Premier's record, Madam Speaker. With the Premier taking over HRM's ability to develop and plan their own city that they were elected to do, what assurances can he give this House that the same pattern of favoritism, of patronage, and pork barreling isn't going to happen again?
Order. The Leader of the Official Opposition, pork barreling is not parliamentary, so I would ask that you retract that.
I will retract pork barreling and say spending without tenders and oversight.
Thank you. I recognize the Honourable Premier.
I completely reject the premise of the question. It's just completely a false narrative that the Leader of the Opposition is trying to create. What I will say is this, Madam Speaker, we are getting things done on behalf of Nova Scotians. And I'll point out the obvious to Nova Scotians, that when we invest in projects, they scream, why are you investing in these projects? And when we don't, and when we want to invest in projects, they say, well, why didn't you spend more? You're spending too much, you're not spending enough, Madam Speaker. We can't be bothered by the noise, Madam Speaker. We're focused on results for Nova Scotians. That is what we will continue to deliver.
I recognize the Honourable Leader for the NDP.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As we've been discussing, the Premier is concentrating power, cutting out experts and planners, and giving some developers a fast lane to build without regard for things like tenders or oversight, and with virtually no strings attached. But meanwhile, it's extremely difficult for families to get a construction loan to build their first home. And the government program designed to help them hasn't been updated in over a decade, and I'll table that. With mortgage rates rising and building costs rising, will the Premier also help families and improve the eligibility under the Family Modest Housing Program so that they can build for themselves?
I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And everything we do is focused on families, is focused on Nova Scotians. In fact, I think just yesterday, the Minister of Housing announced a loan program for granny suites on properties. That's an important announcement. We have made a number of investments in housing. We put families, Nova Scotians, are at the very core of everything we do. There's more work to be done on housing, for sure. I wish the provincial government of Nova Scotia could control world interest rates and world inflation, but we can't. But we deal with what's in front of us, and we step up every single day and support Nova Scotians.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the NDP on her first supplementary.
Yesterday's announcement will help families who can invest enough to rent out a property, but my question is about families building for themselves, and I want to know why the Premier is so reluctant to help families build, buy, or keep their own housing when he's giving over $100 million in benefits plus easy access to developers with no evidence that it will lower rents or the cost of housing for people. Meanwhile, he won't even establish a simple residential tenancies enforcement branch that has been asked for by landlords and renters and experts to make sure that at least everyone is playing by the same rules. Why is the Premier so reluctant to help regular Nova Scotians afford housing?
I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Madam Speaker, in fact, the bill that is before the House around HRM planning does exactly this, gets housing built. The special planning area is about getting things approved that have been sitting, languishing for 10 years, 12 years or something. You know, there's a number of areas, and one of the areas is very close to the members' area where there'll be 800 to 1,000 families will live in homes in that area, and that member has been against that since the beginning. I wish they would never build there. Madam Speaker, the reality is, Madam Speaker, is that we have a situation with the HRM where staff have advised to council that projects should go forward, and council says not happening. People, the proponents, appeal to the UARB. The UARB decides in favor. We just want to cut it out. We want housing built. That's all we want. Ask the member to stand with
Honourable Member, Leader of NDP.
God forbid a member should suggest that we take environmental protections into account when building. And for the record, which I will table tomorrow, my comments were that we could build and protect a wetland, but this Premier is too impatient to do that. The kicker, Madam Speaker, is that it's not even clear that this approach is going to have any impact. I have a line out the door of people in my office asking when the affordable housing at Southdale Mount Hope is built, and what we tell them is it's not. No one who has come to our office for housing will ever be able to afford to live in that development. Single detached housing starts have plunged this year under this Premier's watch, down 34% from this time last year in Halifax, and not one family is living in an affordable unit that was built because of a special planning area. Clearly, the Premier's plan is not helping regular Nova Scotians. Who is he trying to help?
The Honourable Premier.
The reality is, I wish I could snap my fingers and a house would be built tonight. It can't be. We know that the interest rates are having an impact on housing starts for sure. If I could fix the interest rates, I would. If I could build a house tonight, I would build one. We need people to build houses. That's why we have the MOST program. I wish the opposition would get behind that crazy innovative program that is helping people. That's why we made the changes to the apprentice program. That's why we're removing HST from building. That's why we're saying to HRM and other municipalities, get moving. What needs to be built should be built. I ask the members opposite to stand with Nova Scotians, put the partisan hack shots to the side, and let's get some housing built for Nova Scotia.
I recognize the Honourable Leader for the official opposition.
Madam Speaker, what we're concerned about is that we have a plan in place that's running roughshod over City Council that is not going to result in more affordable housing. These questions are actually coming from developers who are concerned that they won't be preferred clients. And of course, it's coming from the city that is losing control over developing their own city. Now, the Premier has said he consulted a number of people and organizations before they made that decision. Here's who they didn't consult. Several HRM and the Mayor and City Council didn't even get a call. The Nova Scotia Heritage Trust and the Nova Scotia Federation of Municipalities. So our concern is that there's a small group of people pushing the Premier to do this who have the potential to benefit from it. How can the Premier tell this House today that this won't happen?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Municipal Affairs and Housing.
So, Madam Speaker, just first of all, I believe what we're talking about is a bill, the HRM Charter Bill, before the House. So I just want to clarify with you, there'll be lots of opportunity to debate this bill if that's what the question is about. I'm happy to answer the question, but I just want a clarification.
Proceed with the question. It is not directly related with the bill. I will. I recognize the Honourable Minister for Municipal Affairs and Housing.
So just before I answer the question, I do want to table for the benefit of the House Stats Canada year-over-year housing starts, which show Halifax September 22 being up 622% year-over-year from January to September from last year. Nova Scotia being up 117%. I'll just table that. I know the member has indicated a number of times in the House that we're down. So I don't know where you're getting your statistics, but I'm tabling this one. So in terms of who are we listening to? Where are we getting? Sorry.
Order. There's a lot of talking, a lot of chatter. I know you all have your individual opinions on how I rule on things, but I will let you know that the clerks advise me. We work together. I do not need other members in the House telling me what I should be doing. I will take my advice from the clerks. I recognize the Honourable Leader for the Official Opposition.
Madam Speaker, the Housing Minister says in one side of his mouth that HRM isn't building housing. Now he says they've actually been doing a good job. So what is it? And the fact that we can't get the Premier of this province, who's assuming power over municipalities, who's cut independent boards, who hates accountability, who hates lines of questioning, to answer more than one question in this chamber, I think is totally unacceptable. I remember when this Premier used to suck up all the air in this chamber when he was in opposition, asked every single question. Now he can't answer more than one question when he's asked in this House after doing all this. We know that this government has very close ties to the development community. We know there's one in particular that chaired the Premier's transition team, who we're hearing advises the Premier on housing policy, who we're hearing meets with developers who have housing suggestions. Can the Premier please tell this House what the role of that individual is and who exactly was consulted before they move forward with these HRM changes?
The Honourable Minister for Municipal Affairs and Housing.
Oh, Madam Speaker, I do want to answer that question. We listen to the big conversation. There's a big conversation on housing that's been going on for a number of years. Where are our decisions informed by, first of all, the Affordable Housing Commission report, which came out in May of 2021, was a very critical piece of document that we've founded on. We've had the Deloitte report since then. Madam Speaker, the Auditor General reports, HRM Auditor General report, our own Auditor General reports inform our decisions. We're basing decisions on that. We have something we call the Drake Report, Turner-Drake Report on housing needs, which has informed our decisions. We also have the Executive Panel, which has informed our decisions. So my department has a public-facing component that also speaks to many different individuals, which informs our decisions.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition on a new question.
Madam Speaker, this is what I'm concerned about. There's a lot of inconsistency with what the minister is saying. A minister who now has potentially sole authority over development in our biggest municipality. He just referenced the work of that commission. He's actually gone against the strategy and recommendations of that group. The minister has said in this House he didn't know what was happening with density bonusing, how it was being spent. All he had to do was go on the front page of HRM Council and actually see where that funding's going. The minister just referenced this report where he said housing starts are up. If you look at the year over year, according to the stats that the minister just tabled, housing starts are actually down. So here's what I'm concerned about. We've got a housing minister with no planning expertise in his office and clearly with no expertise on the subject himself. How does he think he can do a better job than city planners?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Municipal Affairs and Housing.
Madam Speaker, we came into government following a government that had a policy of do nothing. And we're working hard on every front to do things. So I can tell you that we're a government of action. We're working. We had what I would call kindly deferred maintenance. We were facing deferred maintenance in healthcare. We're facing deferred maintenance across government departments. We're facing deferred maintenance in housing, and we're struggling to catch up. We've made unprecedented investments, Madam Speaker, in housing, more than $300 million. Yesterday, we announced a secondary suite program, which will allow people to put a secondary suite, will enable that. We are doing every possible good idea that we can do, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the leader of the official opposition.
Speaker, here's what the government's doing. They're throwing money at the wall and seeing what sticks. And what we haven't seen are results from this government. We have housing starts that are down, the highest inflation in the whole country, the highest increase in rents, wait times worsening at ERs, wait times worsening with ambulatory care, and yet the government still stands up every single day and pats themselves on the back about how much money they're throwing at these problems without having any single bit of return for Nova Scotians. I think it's totally unacceptable. When it comes to housing, the government is now saying that the buck stops with them. They know better than every municipality when it comes to building and development. So will the housing minister say today, will he take responsibility and accountability if these numbers for housing starts, the increases in rent, and affordable housing units coming onto the market do not change course?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing.
Madam Speaker, what's happening is the Leader of the Opposition is throwing slurs at us, hoping something will stick, when in reality, we're working very hard. And I can tell you good ideas come from everywhere. I'll give you another example. I actually had one of your own members say to me in the beginning, you should go look at Regent Park, something that you guys knew very well about. And we're actually enabling that. If you might have missed that in our announcement on the 222-unit, unprecedented, first time in a generation, public housing build, which we are doing. Another good idea. Part of that announcement was to duplicate what Regent Park did. I said to my staff when we started to look at doing that, it's a lot of work for all of you, you know that. We want to do that, they said. We have a chance, and I don't know if you know what that is, but others in your...
I recognize the Honourable Member for Clare.
Madam Speaker, we continue to see thousands and thousands of pounds of lobster being landed illegally every day, caught out of season in what is a well-recognized lobster spawning area. Yes or no, does the Minister of Fisheries and Aquaculture agree that there is an illegal commercial lobster fishery taking place in St. Mary's Bay as we speak?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Aquaculture.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank the member opposite for the question. Merci beaucoup. Yes, we've heard from industry that there is an increase in potential illegal activity taking place in that neck of the woods. We've encouraged the folks that are seeing this illegal activity to report it to the proper authorities, and we hope that the federal Minister of Fisheries will take this pretty seriously, because there are a couple of different avenues that the feds can be helpful to remediate this problem. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Clare.
In addition to immediately increasing the fine for the purchase of illegal lobster to $1 million and reinstituting a zero-tolerance policy on lobster buyers, where buyers lose their license if they purchase illegal lobsters, as was the case under the previous government, will the minister commit today to work with the Minister of Natural Resources and Renewables to significantly increase enforcement resources on the ground to ensure the effectiveness of these policies? Merci.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Fisheries and Aquaculture.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you once again to the member opposite for the question. We've already had communication between departments on increasing conservation efforts with increased patrols on the ground. So that action is already taking place. With respect to the increase in fines, that is going to require legislation, and I look forward to proposing that as soon as it is ready and appropriate to table before the legislature. But again, I appreciate the member bringing forward these important concerns that are potentially detrimental to what is really our largest industry in the province. $2.6 billion of seafood is exported from this province every year. 39% of our exports are seafood. So we recognize how important this industry is, and we're going to do everything we can to protect it. Thank you, Madam.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Madam Speaker, my question is for the Minister of Finance. Our caucus has been made aware of an unfortunate side effect of the government's recent out-of-province deed transfer tax. Often, in order for young people to purchase their first home, they need a family member to co-sign the mortgage. For young people who want to move home to Nova Scotia, but whose parents happen to live out of province, this is creating an expensive problem. Will the minister commit to closing the loophole and making sure all Nova Scotians are able to come home?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, there is actually, under the legislation, there is discretion for the minister to look at specific situations. And while I won't comment on that specific situation, because all the details can't be provided in a short time during question period, there's certainly an ability to look at these kinds of situations, and we try to ensure, as long as the individual is following the spirit of the intent of that legislation, to ensure that people who are following it are not hurt by the legislation.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So for some young people trying to buy their first home, this extra tax on top of rising interest rates means they can't buy their first home. And this isn't about taxing wealthy out-of-province residents, it's preventing young people from coming home. I appreciate the minister explaining that there is some discretion within the legislation, but will the minister stand and commit to actually fixing the issue?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, I would ask the member to raise the issue with us, with the department, and we will certainly look at it and see what we can do to help.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Bedford Basin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was recently contacted by a constituent. They recently lost their housing and have been unable to secure replacement housing within their budget. And this sent them into a tailspin which actually has some severe consequences. You see, the person is on income assistance due to severe health issues. They missed some health appointments because of the severe anxiety that this housing issue caused. And because they missed appointments, Madam Speaker, they've been removed from the transplant list. So my question is to the Minister of Health. Does the minister agree that losing your home when you're already sick can have devastating consequences, life-altering ones?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
Thank you. Thank the member for the question. I certainly am not aware of that individual, and if the member would like to speak to me afterwards in terms of the health issues that person's facing, I'd be happy to hear her out.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Bedford Basin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am, and I think I share the Health Minister's concern. I'm deeply concerned about this person. They are not expected to survive past next summer if they don't get a transplant, but they're not on the list now due to something outside their control. And I just want to let the Housing Minister know we've been on Happy Pad, and $1,200 a month for a bed on a floor in a bedroom is not adequate. Madam Speaker, this person is a parent, and they had to give up custody of their child because of this situation, because they don't have a safe place to live. So my question is to the Minister of Community Services and the Minister responsible for homelessness. Will he work with my constituent to ensure they find safe, affordable housing so they can once again have their child returned to their custody and get back on the transplant list?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Community Services.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And certainly, when a situation arises with an individual like this, it's very concerning. Obviously, the Minister of Health has expressed her concern and willing to work with you and the individual. And certainly, I express the same. So, certainly, let's have a conversation and see what supports we can offer that individual. Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you, Madam.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Kings South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In recent months, I found myself getting an inside view of our healthcare system and its capacity limitations. I wasn't expecting to get this insight, and I wish it had been under different circumstances, but over 5 days, I watched how treatment space is at Valley Regional. For example, our meeting with an emergency doctor on Mother's Day was in a space so small it was difficult to close the door behind us. It seemed like an old file room. At 1:30 a.m., our meeting to discuss test results on a life-changing preliminary diagnosis occurred in a hallway chair beside a sleeping patient, also in a chair. What about client rights to privacy? It's evident that with the reduction in services in other Valley hospitals, that our regional hospital is bursting at the seams. Can the minister inform the citizens of the Valley if there are plans in place to expand Valley Regional Hospital?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the member for the question, and I want to acknowledge, that it's been a difficult time. And what I will say is that one of the major issues that we are facing in the healthcare system is the increased demand and the lack of capacity. So it is an issue of beds, it is an issue of people, and we're working very, very hard to expand services where we can. So there is a number of things that are underway right now, looking at services that are currently offered in hospitals, where can we put them in communities when they don't need to be in hospital, to expand space, to let clinicians and patients have more access to private spaces. We're also looking at where possible, where redevelopments can happen. So I want to assure the member that we know that there is a capacity issue. It's certainly high on the radar of Nova Scotia Health, and we will be looking into it.
I recognize the Honourable Member for King South.
Speaker, thank you, Minister. In addition to the strained capacity, we are losing services at our regional hospital. Last year, we lost vascular surgery. Recently, we lost oral and maxillofacial surgeon, who, after providing service to Valley residents for 30 years, has had his just 2 days of surgery per month revoked, and he now has to travel to an operating room across the province. Our children's oral surgery dentist has lost OR privileges. The hospital chapel, which I have spoken about here, has been relocated to a small bare room that I visited and took a picture, which I will table, and it's unsuitable to the needs of Valley residents. Minister, it would appear from these developments that rural healthcare services and investments are decreasing at the expense of the increased attention to building urban healthcare facilities.
Question.
Will the minister initiate a planning process and funding for an expansion of Valley Regional Hospital?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the member for the question and the opportunity to talk about the reallocation of services. So certainly throughout the zones, we are looking at the capacity and the ability for us to create centres of excellence throughout the zones. So when there's an opportunity to utilize OR capacity, as the example that the member gave, for low acuity surgeries, we are doing that to allow that those bigger surgeries that require more resources, like anaesthetists, like recovery center, etc., or recovery room care, can have that. So we are looking at a reallocation in order to maximize all of the assets in each of the zones. So there will continue to be some changes. We can't leave any stone unturned. Certainly the underinvestment in healthcare for a long period of time, particularly under the former government, has resulted in the capacity issues we're facing today.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Northside Westmount.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, we've all seen the ad on television, the More Healthcare Faster ad. And it's telling Nova Scotians that things are better, things are getting better. But for me and for many others, this is just an illusion of action. This is not reality. Every metric has gotten worse under this government. And I'm going to speak from my specific example on ER wait times, Madam Speaker. Showing up at an ER with stroke symptoms, slurred speech, heavy right side, can't write. Call 811, advised to get to the ER. They're sending everything there. Blood pressure on arrival, 250 over 135, and I wait 7 hours to be seen.
Question.
My question is this an example of better healthcare faster, and what's being done to improve triage in our ER department?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the member for the question, and I certainly had the opportunity to read in the paper about the experience that the member has, and I'm glad to see you here, and I'm glad that you appear to be recovering well. So what I will say that there has been some emergency There has certainly been some emergency enhancements that have been that we've invested in over the last number of months. So we look at offload teams. We're looking at increasing capacity. We have patient advocates and patient care providers in the waiting room. There's a number of things that are happening. The issue around the backlogs that we see is a lack of investment. So when we look at why is the emergency room backing up, we have to look at the things that are happening in long-term care. We've been underbedded there for years. There's no inpatient beds as a result of that lack of capacity.
I recognize the honourable member for North Side Westmount.
Madam Speaker, I'm sure and I thank the minister for her concern about my health, and things are moving better for me. But I'm sure the first time that the government heard about my situation was not in the paper, because I did receive some messages from that side. And a simple reach out to someone who's a coworker to help that's been through the system would have been nice to see. Anyway, my inbox is inundated with similar stories, and I am not an anomaly. Madam Speaker, waiting 7 hours in an ER without being rechecked, without talking to anyone, without anyone coming in, not seeing or talking to anyone until I get to the back room where care was great. The patient advocate, if you want a glass of water or a blanket, wonderful thing. However, the name advocate is another illusion of action. Madam Speaker, do we believe that this is better health care faster? No. What is being done in the ERs to improve access?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I want to, I'm glad to hear that members of our caucus reached out. My role as Minister of Health is to ensure that everybody has access to health care, not just the people in this chamber. So I want to make it very clear we're working very hard on behalf of all people in Nova Scotia. There have been a number of things that have been invested in the emergency rooms in primary health care. We have 50,000 more appointments per month for primary health care access in this province. I can look to my colleague in seniors and long-term care to look at the capacity of the work of her and her team have been developing in order to make more occupancy so that people are not waiting in emergency rooms. We've invested in a number of clinicians. We've started a physician assistant program in order to extend our physician hours. There's hundreds of thousands, millions of dollars being invested in healthcare.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Madam Speaker, my question is also for the Minister of Health and Wellness. This week alone, there have been announcements for emergency room closures at Fisherman's Memorial Hospital, North Cumberland Memorial Hospital, All Saints Spring Hill Hospital, Queen's General Hospital, Eastern Memorial Hospital, Digby General Hospital, Glace Bay Hospital, and Strait Richmond Hospital. Does the minister find it acceptable that that Nova Scotians in these communities are regularly left without an open emergency room in their area?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the member for the question. I will say, as I've said a few minutes earlier, the biggest challenges that we're facing are our capacity in terms of beds, but also in terms of our healthcare workforce. So that we know, particularly, there is a nursing shortage across this province, and we've been working very, very hard. We've increased the number of seats. We're working with the College of Registered Nurses to bring in internationally educated nurses. We're doing a very intentional program in order to train and bring nurses into our healthcare system so that they're able to care for communities. We're working with people in skills, labor skills and immigration to ensure that internationally educated nurses are settled and transition to communities in a very meaningful way. It is going to take time, Madam Speaker, but certainly we have seen an incredible amount of action and investment in healthcare since we've formed government.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
ER closures cause crowding and long waits at regional hospitals as people travel further for care and cause massive stress and delays on paramedics. A FOIPOP filed by our caucus shows that the number of people leaving ERs without being seen continues to go up and up. It has increased again by 24% this year, and I can table that. This government promised to fix health care, but to the Nova Scotians facing emergency room closures and lengthy wait times, this just isn't the case. Yes, it takes time, but Nova Scotians can't wait any longer. When will the conditions in emergency rooms improve?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And things are improving. So I will draw attention to the Patient Access to Care Act and the work that's done with the college. 18,000 nurses have applied to come and live in Nova Scotia. A bill, I might add, Madam Speaker, that the NDP voted against when they were on the floor of this House. So here we are, Madam Speaker. We have just settled a new contract with nurses. We've just settled a new contract with physicians. We are becoming a destination for healthcare workers around the world, as evidenced by the number of people that are coming here. So they don't want to look at the things that are going well, Madam Speaker, but I can assure you that we are investing, we are working our tails off to make sure that Nova Scotians have the health care they need and deserve. That was never a priority under the two former previous governments.
I recognize the honourable member for Northside Westmount.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And certainly the implication that I expected preferential treatment as being a member is not the case. As a matter of fact, I specifically didn't tell anybody who I was, why I was, what I was looking for. I was not advocating specifically. I'm here and I'm asking these questions because I want to make things better for all Nova Scotians. When the ER doctor noticed in the ER that my O2 was down, he noticed I was sleeping, automatically ordered a respiratory test, sleep test. I was in the hospital, Madam Speaker, 2 weeks, didn't get the test. Another gentleman that I spoke to was in a month before he got the test. Treatment could be started much quicker. My question is, what are we doing to improve access to testing within hospital? Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the member for the question. So certainly we do look at through a triage system of how and when people receive tests during their admission process. I have to depend on the clinicians who are looking after people in there to understand what the capacity is. Some folks can actually be transitioned home before they have, which I think is a sleep apnea test or a breathing test that the members are referring to. So there is capacity within the system, and also we're building capacity within the community as well, so that when people can be discharged sooner and have those treatments or those tests done in community, that those are offered there as well.
I recognize the honourable member for Northside Westmount.
Madam Speaker, a patient who has a stroke, sleep apnea is a major cause of stroke. It's one of the risk factors. I was told in the hospital that their access to testing units and access to personnel causes the delays. But another example, as part of my treatment outside of the hospital, it's been noticed that I have a central apnea, and another test has been ordered for me, a polysomnography test has been ordered, which is an in-person sleep study. And I'm told there's a 2-year wait list, Madam Speaker. So is this an example of more healthcare faster? This video that we have is simply an illusion of action, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And certainly the investments that we've made in the last couple of years are expanding capacity within our system. These things take time. There was a lot of deferred maintenance, and I absolutely can look into that service. I don't have those statistics off the top of my head, but this is what happens when you don't invest in a healthcare system in generations and generations and generations, and then you expect within 2 years for the entire system to be...
Order. The Honourable Member, the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness has the floor.
So I certainly would have appreciated a number of investments over the last number of years that I worked in healthcare under the former government when there was none. It was constantly reducing and pushing money from one area to the other. I'm very proud of the transformational budgets we've delivered for Nova Scotians and the transformational healthcare that we're bringing.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Annapolis.
Soldiers Memorial Hospital in Middleton has been a leading cataract center for 20 years, yet like other healthcare services in Annapolis, it's under threat as well by this government. This coming December, the GP anesthesiologist and the only doctor assisting these surgeries is retiring. This government has known about this pending retirement for years, but instead of supporting these healthcare professionals, they've been told the plan is to eliminate anesthesia support for cataract surgery at Soldiers. The plan is for ophthalmologists and nurses to use oral sedation only for surgeries and hope for the best. My question to the Minister of Health, what steps is she taking to ensure these surgeons and staff are supported and able to continue to offer cataract surgery in Middleton?
The Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
I want to thank the member for the question. I do want to talk a little bit about that. So we are very invested in terms of the ophthalmology service that's happening in Western Zone and in Soldiers Memorial, and we do see that as an area where we can actually increase the number of cataract surgeries that are happening there. Through the changes that the member has kind of highlighted, there are complex cases that need IV sedation, but not all cases need IV sedation. And as a result, best practice is now that oral sedation can be offered. As a result of that, there is more cataract surgeries being done in this province in the last number of years, and 3 out of the 4 zones have actually exceeding targets for cataract wait times. So we're working very closely with the staff in Western Zone to make sure that we can meet and exceed those wait times as well. We're also investing in terms of the replacement and increasing ophthalmology support in Western Zone.
The Honourable Member for Annapolis.
What I'm hearing is the opposite from those professionals on the ground, that this move will add to the wait list at other hospitals and take away from this site. The Minister's senior staff has met with these healthcare professionals recently, and they were told that if they require more sedation, feel free to push more IV drugs without any medical support close by. This is absolutely unacceptable at this site. It may work at a regional hospital, but not at this community hospital. Physicians and RNs, including those with prior ICU experience, are not comfortable with this. The government vastly underestimates the percentage of patients that can be done safely under oral sedation only at this site. Will the minister ensure that these physicians and healthcare staff will receive anesthesia support, or is the plan to cancel all surgeries at Middleton and remove another service from Annapolis?
The Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As I said in the previous answer, we're actually looking at investing in cataract surgery ophthalmology services in Western Zone. So we will continue to work with the clinicians. Our intention and hope is that we'll be able to add more. We will work conscious sedation. While it does have some complications, it is within the purview of physicians and nurses to be able to manage people who have conscious sedation. We're going to continue to look at how we improve this vision-saving care. We're going to work with the clinicians around best practices. We're going to work with the hospital, make sure that we increase the number of folks and that we get that Western Zone up to baseline and exceeding it as we have in other zones. Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Earlier today in question period, we on this side heard the Premier say we can't be bothered by the noise. And it's upsetting as an duly elected representative to hear the Premier speak to us in opposition that way. We do live in a parliamentary democracy here in Nova Scotia and in Canada. And each one of us in this chamber were elected to bring the voices of the people that we represent, to also in opposition bring accountability and try to bring transparency. My question to the Premier is, will he respect every MLA in this chamber and agree to hear the voices of the people that I represent and improve health care in areas of Cumberland, bring more paramedics, pharmacy clinics, and physicians? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And of course, we want to hear from our colleagues across the floor. We want to hear from Nova Scotians as well. That's why the health leadership team and I traveled to 22 communities across this province to hear directly from healthcare, or from communities about, what they felt their healthcare was in their area. We started by listening to healthcare workers across this province. I hear regularly from my colleagues, not only in my own caucus, but from across the floor. We hear regularly from associations. We have the Premier Summit where we hear regularly from colleges and unions and associations. So we are a government that listens to every Nova Scotian. We are working very hard to improve services in every corner of this province in terms of health care, and we'll continue to do that. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the Minister for the response. And I wish it were that way. It is not that way. The current culture in healthcare is people are scared to speak up. People reach out to me daily, whether it's nurses, doctors, paramedics, and other healthcare professionals. And the culture in Nova Scotia Health is very unhealthy and very toxic. They are scared to speak up and speak the truth because they're feared of being reprimanded. And that type of culture is misogynistic, and it starts at the top.
Question?
My question to the Minister of Health is, when can the people of Cumberland County expect to receive improved health care? Just last night, there was a medical emergency in Spring Hill, and the closest ambulance was New Glasgow, 2 hours away. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And as the Health Minister, I'm assuming that comment is directed at me, that things start at the top. So certainly I want a very inclusive environment in healthcare. I've been a registered nurse and a woman in healthcare for a period of time. I have been fortunate to find this leadership position. I depend heavily on the health leadership team, 3 out of 4 of which identify as female. So I feel that we're working very hard with healthcare workers. There's union representation, there is associations, there are colleges where people give us feedback all of the time. We are touring hospitals, we are touring communities. I get regular emails from healthcare workers. I hear a number of things. We work very, very hard with healthcare workers across this province to ensure that they're heard, they're respected, and they're valued. Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Needham.
Madam Speaker, my question is for the Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development. Earlier this year, the Minister said that the annual rates of violent incidents in schools were relatively stable. But a FOI pop obtained by the NDP caucus shows that these incidents have increased by 25% this year alone. Will the Minister step up and protect children and teachers in schools, or will she continue to deny that we have a problem at all?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Education.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member opposite for the question. So schools need to be safe spaces. We know that students deserve and we want to deliver on ensuring that our schools are safe spaces for our students. And our educators and our administrators and our staff work hard every day to make that the case. Madam Speaker, the member opposite has asked questions about statistics relating to violence, and those statistics represent a variety of incidents that happen. They are reporting of incidents that occur from pre-primary all the way to grade 12. With respect to the specific question about rates of incidents, I can say, in fact, rates of incidents have remained stable. Perhaps, though, the member opposite didn't recognize that during COVID, people were not in schools as frequently, and we've had an increase of students in school.
The Honourable Member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you. Teachers have been ringing alarms for years about this growing problem, and we need to create a provincial strategy to address school violence. So when will the minister start listening to teachers and release a plan to address this school violence?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Education.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And let me be very clear. Although the rates of incidents have remained stable over the last number of years, safety is something that we need to and do work on all the time to continuously improve, because it is not acceptable to have...
Order. Order, please. The time allotted for oral questions put by members to ministers has now expired. I recognize the Honourable Leader for the NDP.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Earlier in question period, in response to a question that I posed to the Premier, he used the term partisan hack shots to describe the question that came from me. I would suggest that that language is unparliamentary and ask the Premier to please retract it.
I recognize the Honourable Premier.
I'll retract the statement and replace it with silliness. Thank you.
I now recognize the Honourable Leader of the Government.
Leader of the Government, woohoo!
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, pursuant to Rule 5C, I move that the time for adjournment of the House today be not 1 p.m. but 5 p.m. I also move that hours for the House on Tuesday, October 24th be 1 p.m. to 11:59 p.m.
There is a request to have the hours extended today until 5 p.m. And Order. So it has been requested, a motion has been put forward to extend the hours today until 5 p.m. as well as next Tuesday, the hours to be from 1 to 11:59 p.m. There is a motion. We will, all those in favor of the motion, please say. There has been a request for a recorded vote. The bells will ring until the whips are satisfied. Order. There has been a request for a recorded vote. The bells rang, and I assume the whips are now satisfied. The clerk will now conduct a recorded vote.
Brad Johns.
Yes.
Tori Rushton.
Yes.
Barbara Adams.
Yes.
Kim Maslin.
Yes.
Tim Houston. Alan McMaster.
Yes.
Twyla Gross.
Yes.
Michelle Thompson.
Yes.
John Lohr.
Yes.
Trevor Boudreau.
Yes.
Tim Hallman.
Yes.
Kent Smith.
Yes.
Dave Ritzie.
Yes.
Brian Wong.
Yes.
Susan Corkum Greek.
Yes.
Brian Comer.
Yes.
Colton LeBlanc.
Yes.
Jill Balzer.
Yes.
Pat Dunn.
Yes.
Greg Moreau.
Yes.
Becky Druin.
Yes.
Larry Harrison.
Yes.
John White.
Yes.
John A. McDonald.
Yes.
Keith Bain.
Yes.
Chris Palmer.
Yes.
Melissa Sheehy Richard.
Yes.
Danielle Barkhouse.
Yes.
Tom Taggart.
Yes.
Nolan Young.
Yes.
Steve Craig.
Yes.
Patricia Arab.
No.
Keith Irving. Brendan McGuire. Derek Mombercat.
Nope.
Zach Churchill.
No.
Kelly Regan. Ian Rankin.
No.
Susan LeBlanc.
No.
Claudia Chender. Kendra Coombs.
No.
Susie Hansen.
No?
Gary Burrell. Lisa LaChance.
No.
Rafa Di Costanzo.
No.
Tony Ince. Laura Lee Nichol.
No.
Ben Jessam.
No.
Braden Clark. Ali Duale.
No.
Carmen Kerr.
No.
Ronnie LeBlanc. Fred Tilley.
No.
Elizabeth Smith McCrossin.
No.
Big Brother is watching.
The results of the recorded vote are as follows: 30 yeas, 16 nays.
The motion is carried. I recognize the Honorable House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Would you please call private and local bills, Bill number 348? Sorry.
There is a request to call Bill number 348, Lunenburg Common Lands Act. I now recognize the Honorable Member for Bridgewater.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move second reading of Bill number 348, an act to amend Chapter 72 of the Acts of 1897, the Lunenburg Common Lands Act.
Thank you. Now we may begin to, I recognize the Honorable Member for Lunenburg West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move to close second reading of Bill number 348, an act to amend Chapter 72 of the Acts of 1897, the Lunenburg Common Lands Act.
There is a motion for Bill number 348, the Lunenburg Common Lands Act, an act to amend. I recognize that there has been a recorded vote. We will now set the bells to ring until the whips are satisfied. Order. Order, please. The clerk will now conduct a recorded vote.
Brad Johns.
Yes.
Tori Rushton.
Yes.
Barbara Adams.
Yes.
Kim Masler.
Yes.
Tim Houston. Alan McMaster.
Yes.
Twyla Gross.
Yes.
Michelle Thompson.
Yes.
John Lohr.
Yes.
Trevor Boudreau.
Yes.
Tim Hallman.
Yes.
Kent Smith.
Yes.
Dave Ritzie.
Yes.
Brian Wong.
Yes.
Susan Corkum Greek.
Yes.
Brian Comer.
Yes.
Colton LeBlanc.
Yes.
Jill Balzer.
Yes.
Pat Dunn.
Yes.
Greg Moreau.
Yes.
Becky Druin.
Yes.
Larry Harrison.
Yes.
John White.
Yes.
John A. McDonald.
Yes.
Keith Bain.
Yes.
Chris Palmer.
Yes.
Melissa Sheehy Richard.
Yes.
Danielle Barkhouse.
Yes.
Tom Taggart.
Yes.
Nolan Young.
Yes.
Steve Craig.
Yes.
Patricia Arab.
Yes.
Keith Irving. Brendan McGuire.
Yes.
Derek Mombercat.
Yes.
Zach Churchill.
Yes.
Kelly Regan. Ian Rankin.
We.
Susan LeBlanc.
Yes.
Claudia Chender. Kendra Coombs.
Yes.
Susie Hansen.
Yes.
Gary Burrell.
Yes.
Lisa LaChance.
Yes.
Rafa Di Costanzo. Tony Ince. Laura Lee Nichol.
Yes.
Ben Jessam.
We.
Braden Clark. Ali Duale.
Yes.
Carmen Kerr.
Yes.
Ronnie LeBlanc.
Yes.
Fred Tilley.
Yes.
Elizabeth Smith McCrossan.
Yes.
The results of the recorded vote are as follows. Yeas 47, nays 0.
The motion is carried.
Bill 351, an act to amend Chapter 135 of the Acts of 1925, the Bethel Presbyterian... No, that is not the bill. Sorry. Bill 348, an act to amend Chapter 72 of the Acts of 1897, the Lunenburg Common Lands Act.
Order that this bill be referred to the Standing Committee on Private and Local Bills. I recognize the Honorable House Deputy Leader.
Madam Speaker, would you please call public bills for second reading?
I now call bills for second reading.
Would you call Bill 340, the Municipal Reform Act?
The motion is for second reading of Bill number 340, the Municipal Reform Act. We will now continue on with the member, honorable member for Halifax Atlantic, who has a remaining 11 and a half minutes.
I don't know. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I don't know if I could fill that much time, but I will do my best because this is important. It is. I will ask that. There we go. Much better. The clock was wrong. So where was I last night? I went home. I drove home. I thought about this bill the entire drive home. I was up late last night thinking about this. And in fact, Madam Speaker, I probably woke up 4 or 5 times during the night, took notes, I had thoughts on this bill and said, now what will be the true impact of the table them? I will table my thoughts if you want. Might be unparliamentary, but I'll table them. What I would say is we need more bills that are collaborative, and Bill 340 is not collaborative. And we just, you know, if you don't believe me, if you think I'm being partisan and just being, you know, confrontational and trying to hold things up, I would challenge anyone to, you know, we just had an hour of ringing the bells there on a very important bill, and during that time, and earlier, the CBRM had a press conference, right? Yeah. CBRM had a press conference. And they talked about why this bill needs to be put on pause. And why, they weren't saying, like, from my understanding, they didn't say to stop. They didn't say not to move forward. They didn't say destroy the bill. It was about, hey, we are partners. If we want to have the best possible Nova Scotia, Madam Speaker, our municipalities have to work collaboratively with our province. And part of that are these type of bills and that type of response. We do know, I mean, let's be certain here that when law amendments is called, there will be a lot of people from CBRM there. And you know, I talked about last night the members on all sides that are part of, that live on the island, that live in CBRM, that live around CBRM. And I implored them, I asked them to, this weekend, get together as a group. NDP, PC, Liberal, get together. Meet with your colleagues in CBRM and have that discussion on why and what and how to make this the best possible bill it can be. And I suspect that's not going to happen. So what I will say is there's an opportunity. If you won't go to them, they're going to come to you. So law amendments, I would challenge the members from Inverness and other areas of Cape Breton to sit on the Law Amendments Committee, to sit on that committee, to hear directly from the individuals. And you know, there are some members that can sit on there. The member for Glace Bay Dominion, the member for Victoria the Lakes, you know, the member for Inverness, beautiful Inverness.
It is stunning.
Cape Breton East.
Also nice. Marlin Park, beautiful.
Even I would say, of course, Richmond, but even I would say Antigonish. There's lots of members that are in and around and part and really depend on some of that economic impact from CBRM and the island in particular as a whole. And what we heard today from the press conference is if you think, Madam Chair, that this is just about CBRM, Madam Speaker, well, I got something to tell you. What we heard today in that press conference was jarring. 16 municipalities are going to be negatively impacted by this bill. 16. So for those of you that don't live in CBRM, I have a sneaking suspicion you're going to hear from your councillors, your wardens, and your mayors. And again, I go back to theme. Public accounts, we had Mayor Mitchell show up to speak on housing and issues facing municipalities. And I will say that I got to know Mayor Mitchell quite a bit. over the years. I have a lot of respect for him and anyone actually that, no matter where they're at, if they put their name for public service, it's not an easy job. But it's even more difficult having to speak out against stakeholders and other levels of government. And he did. And he didn't do it he didn't put them down, he didn't insult them. What he said was, just listen. These are huge issues, housing and infrastructure and climate change, Coastal Protection Act, all these different things that are impacting the province as a whole, but really, it's impacting our individual communities. And what he said was, where's our voice? Where's our voice in this? You can't download things onto us. You can't say you're going to do things to our municipalities, to our towns, to our communities without consultation. And one of the things that he spoke about was housing. And he said, we all need housing, but there's an infrastructure piece to that too. Water and sewer, sidewalks, schools, hospitals, all these things are impacted. And we need to be able to be part of that conversation so these things are built properly, they're built quickly, and they're built in the right area, and that everybody's aware of the issues that come along with it. You know, I'll use my own community as an example. We have a water and sewer treatment plant in Herring Cove that was put there probably 30 years ago now. And when I speak to individuals within Halifax Water and the municipality and different stakeholders, we know that these systems have a capacity. We know that these plants have a capacity. And they're extremely expensive to build, and they're extremely expensive to upgrade and maintain. But they have a capacity. And what's happening, what happens when we don't get the proper input, is that we do things that push this infrastructure past its capacity. And then we run into much larger problems. We don't have the water, we don't have the sewer, we don't have the schools, we don't have the hospitals, we don't have all these different things that we need. And there's an easy way to kind of prevent that issue, Madam Speaker. And that's just to talk and to listen, right? I've been on that side of the aisle. And the one thing that we heard over and over and over and over and over again, didn't matter what bill, didn't matter who we spoke to, it didn't matter how long we let law amendments run for, we heard over and over and over and over and over from the opposition, now the government, that we didn't consult enough. That we didn't consult enough. That's what they kept saying to us. We had law amendments run for 2, 3, 4 days sometimes. For hours and hours and hours and hours and hours and hours and hours. And I'll tell you another thing about law amendments. For the longest period of time, there was no time frame on how long a witness could speak. And in fact, government members now, opposition members, opposition members, now government members, filibustered law amendments. Filibustered so that witnesses couldn't speak or that the witnesses would get more time to get there. There was all kinds of different reasons. And now what we're seeing is a government that says, we don't need to hear from you. We're good. We're going to move forward. We're going to do what we need to do. And the collateral damage you can deal with. And the reason I use that expression is one of the things that was said about Bill 340, in particular to CBRM, is if you have a problem, raise taxes. Raise taxes on the people of CBRM. The most heavily taxed municipality in Nova Scotia, which is the most heavily taxed province in Canada, which is one of the most heavily taxed jurisdictions in the world. So let's raise taxes. So they raise taxes. Let's say they have a shortage of police officers, men and women and police officers. Let's say they have a shortage of healthcare professionals. They have a shortage of snowplow drivers. They have a shortage of any of these critical services. And they have to raise taxes. I will guarantee you, no one on that side of the aisle will stand up and say, we did that. We did that. That was our bill. And that was the consequences of our bill. No one will. And that's the problem here, is that it's, I think a former member used to call these things a shell game. It's what it is. It's just passing the buck back and forth and using Nova Scotians' bank accounts and abilities to provide for their families as a piggy bank to build whatever they want to build, to do whatever they want to do without any type of input from the people they elected to represent them. So we're not asking you to stop. We're asking you, in your own words, when we were in government, to pause, to reflect, and review.
Order. I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel, Sable Island.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I just wanted to rise and speak for a few minutes on some of the concerns and perhaps some options for moving forward that could be more positive. And I just want to say in advance that I am going to reference some documents that I've sent to be printed, so I will table them when they're available. So I think, you know, I've spent quite a bit of time in the last couple of sessions talking about the evolution of public governance and public sector management in Canada, and why we establish structures for accountability and transparency. And I really think that, and I'm actually not going to travel back over a lot of that ground yet this session, but probably next week. But I really think this is one area where the lack of cooperation and collaboration is really a glaring oversight, and it is really problematic. You know, I think the bill before us actually doesn't do anything other than damage relationships. It doesn't actually enable this province and its municipalities to move forward. The relationship is complicated, but it's also critical. We're at a time with growing population, and that population growth is not just limited, thank goodness, to HRM and CBRM. We have municipalities like Kings County who are experiencing rapid growth, and of course need support to keep up with infrastructure and be able to really harness the growth that's coming to them. So, you know, because the relationship is critical and complicated, you know, I think a bill that doesn't do much other than create harm is not really worth pursuing, not really worth the paper that it's printed on. New Brunswick went a different way. So in 2021, New Brunswick published a paper, a white paper on municipal government. And first of all, I'm going to share with you the title because it's particularly instructive, I think. It's Working Together for Vibrant and Sustainable Communities. And so I think from the get-go, there was this willingness to really step back and look at the structures that exist and whether they were holding up for the challenges of today. And similarly, as I understand it, we haven't really had a chance to look at municipal governance and structure since 1995 in this province. Again, I would suggest that the time is probably right to look at new ideas and new considerations, but this is a case where process is really important. So they published a white paper which you know, looks at issues around local governance structure, regional collaboration, land use planning, and the financing of local governance. And from there, there was also that was developed through the Local Governance Commission Act. So New Brunswick actually established a third-party organization that would look at the current challenges of governance for the white paper, but also going forward. And and as opposed to the movement of this government towards the centralization of control into ministers' offices, in fact, this commission that was created also works with all sorts of other planning and appeal boards, the Commissioner of Municipal Affairs, and local government councils. So in fact, recognizing this complex, complicated relationship by actually building a governance structure that actually supports decision-making and discussions rather than limits it. And I thought I would just read through quickly some of the things that are happening from the white paper in terms of the path forward. And so this is, publicly available accountability measures. So, you can read through Pillar 1, so local governance structure. So this was, it's specific to the New Brunswick context, which makes a lot of sense, but restructuring local governance entities, which was, noted as completed, strengthen local representation by creating rural districts, moving from 236 local service districts to 12 rural districts. And I guess what I would say is I'm not an expert in municipal governance, so I don't know, all the background information, the rationale that went into that. But what I would say is that it was created, this was a process that involved hundreds and hundreds of meetings and consultations, and also the services of a third-party organization that was able to look at these issues. Define the responsibility for roads, completed. Determine the name and type of new local governments and rural districts, completed. Enhance asset management planning, underway. Establish an independent municipal commission, 2024, and annual reports on viability starting in 2024. In Pillar 2, which is regional collaboration, so again, it's about expanding the role and mandate of the regional service commissions, enhancing leadership capacity by expanding executive teams, developing regional strategies, and establishing standard and performance measures. And so that's a range of things that are complete, underway, and due to be completed in 2024. Similarly, for land use planning, there's also a similar level of transparency and accountability, as well as Pillar 4, which is a whole section around financing local government. And so we know that we're really facing critical issues. We want our current municipalities to strengthen and be able to respond to the challenges and priorities of today. And we want to also support other parts of the province which are growing. As has been noted, we are in a newly enviable position of having a growing population. So I think, we've heard from folks at Kings County, that this bill doesn't do anything, that the process has been harmful. We have a really great example next door of a process that was undertaken that would really offer us the chance to modernize our governance within the province to really position us well for our future. And with that, I will take my seat.
If I am to recognize the Honorable Minister of Municipal Affairs. Oh, sorry. Okay. I just said sorry. I recognize the Honorable Member for Clare.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So I just want to get up a few minutes and talk in favor of, in support of my colleagues from Cape Breton and the residents of Cape Breton as well. I've had a chance to go to Cape Breton a couple of times with my colleagues from Northside Westmount and Sydney Member too. It is a beautiful place, and the last time we were there, we got a chance to meet with the CBRM Council. And as a former counselor myself, I always enjoy having that opportunity to speak with counselors to get their views. And I will agree that it is time to look at the service exchange agreement and the MOU, and there's some work that has to be there. Things have changed a lot since the last time it was done. And, counselors their role is to advocate for their communities, and I can say they do that very well. But when I was sitting in that room with CBRM, I think they actually made a really strong argument. I feel I went into that meeting with an open mind, and the argument they're making that they deserve a deal, maybe a charter for CBRM, made sense. It is a compelling case. You look at the population levels, the size. It's hard to compare CBRM to, we've been talking a lot about Truro, 10,000 residents, but there's a lot of other municipalities that are much smaller than that, in the thousands. So for me, the argument they're making is a reasonable one. And I think, in my opinion, they should be separated from this agreement and should have the right to have their own charter. Municipal councils are forced to deal with a lot of different issues. Sometimes they're not always municipal responsibility, but the position they're in is they're the level of government closest to the people. So it is very easy for residents and organizations to reach them. So this MOU, there are some good things in it around the surplus schools and issues such as that, which affect municipalities financially. But the level of, if you look at the last 20 years, I was elected in 2000. I remember when I first got on council, the responsibilities, I feel, were a lot less. The financial demands were not as big. And the expectations on municipalities, to be honest, are far from the level of expectations we see today. So the MOU, the Service Exchange Agreement, does have to, it is necessary, and I'll say that again. But what's happening now through, cost of infrastructure, demands from residents, limited ability to raise money through taxation. I mean, a lot of the property tax is a regressive tax because it doesn't take into account how much income you make. Basically, it's based on assessment, and so if you have your own home and your income is fairly low, you're paying more as a percentage of income for your property taxes. So the Service Exchange Agreement, or the MOU, has to really come in and take a look at those things. But for CBRM, when you take a municipality of 100,000 people, the stresses on that unit are certainly different, say, than the stresses on the municipality of Clare. I think they mentioned yesterday it's the second largest police force in Atlantic Canada, if I heard that correctly. Full public transit for the entire region. Those are extremely costly, and the public expects it. So CBRM could be looked at separately through a charter. So I think one thing that kind of frustrated me, or at least stuck with me through the meeting, was, I guess, the councillors' feeling maybe of disrespect or a lack of relationship building. We listened to, I think, most every councillor had something to say. And I mean, there's always been the questions of levels of government, and that municipalities are creations of the province. But I'd say municipalities have a huge impact on communities and their residents, and I think they deserve to be treated with a certain amount of respect when it comes to the services they provide. It is about relationships, and from my experience, when all levels of government work together, municipalities, provincial governments, federal government, there are good things that happen. It's when those that communication breaks down, then it becomes extremely difficult to get anything done. And what happens often, because municipalities do depend on the provincial and federal government for funding, it becomes a challenge for a lot of municipalities, and I'm sure CBRM is no different. When you're trying to meet the needs of residents, be it housing or health care, which are, I'd argue, provincial responsibilities, residents still expect municipalities to play a role there, show some leadership, but at the end, it does cost a lot of money, and they have to have that open dialogue with the province, and I think that has to be the priority here. It's build relationships and be clear in your communication. I mean, I've seen as a municipal councillor, you know, the pressures put on municipalities, especially financial pressures. Over 20 years, I know in Clare we've invested in, you know, a health center. We've invested in rural internet, which some would argue is not really the municipality's role, but what happens is municipalities, councillors, every day they're approached by people who are asking them to show some leadership, work with other levels of government, and try to come up with solutions that will, you know, solve the problems that essentially they elected us to do. And for CBRM, I see it as more than anything else a relationship building exercise to try to meet the needs of that community in a way that won't cause too much harm or any financial harm on those residents, because if I remember correctly, CBRM has the highest property tax rate in the province. And it was a bit, I'll have to say, it was a bit shocking when they mentioned some people were paying $7,000, $8,000 in property tax. That's essentially a mortgage in some other municipalities. So I understand CPRM wanting to really have those discussions with the government to try to relieve that pressure. So what's happening more and more as well is the province is downloading, I'd say, responsibility onto municipalities, and I'd argue that municipalities have done a pretty good job, actually, in taking those responsibilities with the limited financial resources they have to meet those needs. We're seeing with a lot of population influx, and Cape Breton is growing, and you see a lot of the students coming to CBU. There's no question that has to have a major impact on infrastructure and financial resources of CBRM. I mean, even in smaller rurals where you see a smaller amount of people moving in, you still have to provide the services and if it's recreation, in our case, in Clare, health, you know, like I mentioned, we did the internet. And now one thing I'm noticing more and more, and I'm sure hopefully the MOU, if CBRM could negotiate independently and we're in a position to receive a charter, it would give them the ability to look at their unique circumstances, their unique challenges, and try to come up with an agreement that works for them. I know one issue that most municipalities are struggling with now is cell service. So I know in our municipality, and I'm sure it's like that across the province, where, you know, groups, business owners are coming into municipal councils and asking council basically to come up with a solution for self-service. So I think through the MOU, there has to be more partnership and clearer communication on how those issues will be dealt with. It is very challenging for municipalities, and I do think some municipality will take up the challenge and try to solve the problem, even though it is, I think, it is a provincial matter that should be dealt with. Majority of the responsibility, I would say, well, the private sector, but the government has to show some strong leadership there. The other thing too, I imagine CBRM as more people move there and the infrastructure challenges keep climbing, wastewater, more transit, more police, more recreational services. We even see when it comes to provincial parks and building new recreational infrastructure, municipalities need more financing and they need the ability to provide those services. So I'll say again that, when you look broadly across the province, there's all sizes of municipalities, rural towns, municipalities of a couple of thousand people, others 10,000, but CBRM, I mean, it's the second largest municipal unit in the province. I do think it's hard to come up with an agreement that everybody will sign on to when you have one unit that's so big compared to all the other smaller ones. And the issues are not the same. Some in Clare, we don't technically have public transit, so we have a smaller non-for-profit that tries to do door-to-door service. So that's something the municipality tries to help with. But when you try to look at it broadly across the province and try to compare or look at the challenges, no question CBRM faces a lot more challenges, different challenges than I'd say a lot of other smaller municipalities. So yeah, when we had the chance to visit too, which I was very pleased to have an invitation from our great member from Northside Westmount. And he was able to bring me around Sydney, and we visited a number of organizations that I have to say are pretty amazing. Volunteers who work day in, day out to try to provide services and help the residents that find themselves struggling. And from what I can see from the meetings we had, I think CBRM, when it comes to taxation, are at their limit. I mean, really, maybe they're over the limit, but that's where they are now. So I think there has to be some communication. There has to be meetings between CBRM and the government to try to come up with an agreement that works for that municipality. So with that, I think I'll take my seat. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to speak on Bill 340. I have consulted with the elected municipal officials from Cumberland North. They are representing councillors from the town of Amherst as well as the county of Cumberland. I am waiting to speak in more detail on this bill once I have more feedback, more robust feedback from the councillors in my area. So I'll reserve my decision today on how I'm going to vote on this bill till I hear more from them, but I will add some comments from study of the bill and from the few comments that I have heard back from my area. It is my understanding that the Mayor of Cumberland County, Mayor Murray Scott, as well as Mayor Bolivar Getson co-chaired some of the consultations for this bill, and we thank them for that. Certainly, Mayor Murray Scott was a former MLA here of this legislature and highly respected in our area. When I first got the notice, along with everyone else here in the House, the government release on this bill, some of the comments in the some of the points in the release state that this bill removes the requirement under the Corrections Act for municipalities to make an annual contribution towards corrections. Yet last evening when I read through the bill in more detail, the bill states cost is still being paid to the province, but will be determined by a calculation prescribed in regulations. So it appears as though the municipalities are still paying, but it's not clear in the bill that's been tabled. It will be prescribed in regulations. So I'm concerned, Madam Speaker, how am I supposed to actually vote on a bill that I'm not given the details on? It's hard for me to share an opinion, and hard for me to, I've already had one councillor reach out and say, this isn't what we thought was going to be tabled, and felt that the word that they used, actually I may not be able to use it, sorry. They were worried that it wasn't being transparent. The fact that it's not set out in the bill, that it's going to be shared in regulations. So if the government would be able to share with us more details of what's going to be in regulations, then we'd be able to make a more educated decision on how to vote for this bill, and will it benefit our municipalities or not. Also in the statement released to us on this bill, it said that this bill will remove the requirement under the Housing Supply and Services Act for municipalities to pay a portion of the net operating losses for housing. But again, when I read the bill, it states in this bill 340 that costs are still being paid to the province from municipalities. It says each municipality shall pay towards net operating losses incurred by the province to support and provide public housing. And it will be calculated as set out again in the regulations. So it does appear from what I'm reading in Bill 340, and maybe I'm missing something, that the municipalities are in fact still paying for housing and are in fact still paying for corrections. But again, maybe the minister, when he shares his comments, can explain, maybe there's something I've missed. In the press release, it also states that Bill 340 updates the Municipal Grants Act and moving elements of the Municipal Financial Capacity Grant formula into regulation, so it is more flexible and easier to adapt to the changing needs of municipalities, and enabling government to implement the new formula agreed to by municipalities. So again, in regulation, it doesn't give us enough information to be able to vote on this from an educated standpoint. When I read the bill on that section around municipal grants, it says municipal financial capacity grants are to be determined by governor and council. So cabinet will be deciding this, and it says the town foundation grants will be determined by the minister. So even more sort of autocratic decision-making, not democratic, I guess. So how does our town, how does our municipality know what these grants might actually be, because they're being determined by cabinet and being determined by the minister? I am curious to know how much consultation did happen. I know that there was a lot of consultation led by the mayor of Cumberland and mayor, I believe, of Lunenburg, and I'm curious how much consultation was the Minister for Municipal Affairs involved with? Were the 11 villages involved in any consultation? There's been a lot of conversation around this bill around CBRM. How much were they involved in consultation, and was the consultation considered? Were the municipalities genuinely supportive, or did they feel coerced into being supportive? And the reason I asked that question is I was told that NDAs were used in the deliberation and consultation for this bill. It's my understanding that in previous deliberations on this bill that staff were coerced into signing NDAs and were unable to share information with elected officials. Despite the public elected officials, they're the ones that are elected by the people to actually make decisions. Now, I will say, Madam Speaker, we all have staff as MLAs. I was trying to picture this last night when I was informed by a councillor that staff were coerced into signing NDAs and were forbidden to share the information given to them with the elected councillors. And I personalized that, and I thought, now, if my staff in the MLA office had a meeting with someone pertaining to my MLA work and were coerced into signing an NDA and were not allowed to share the information with my staff, I'd be pretty upset. And it's, I'm not sure if it's unethical. It's not right. Certainly not right when staff are not allowed.
Order. Just to remind the member to speak to the bill, please. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, what I'm sharing about in this Bill 340 is that I was told that the consultation with municipalities for this bill involving staff of councillors of municipalities were coerced into signing NDAs. And the staff were not allowed to share the information after signing these NDAs with the actual elected councillors of that area. So my comments are, I don't think that that is actually good consultation, and certainly I would not appreciate that if it was my staff being asked to sign an NDA. That's for certain. So I think it would be good for this House to have clarification from the minister on that assertion from elected councillors that shared that with me. The Premier leading up to the last election, including the PC leadership back in 2018, talked a lot about municipal, the importance of working collaboratively with our municipal leaders and opening up the MOU and having municipal reform with the province. And I will share an article with the House, and I'm doing this more in support of the spirit of my colleagues here in this House from CBRM. And in this article that was published by Saltwire, one of the questions posed to the Premier was, there are some in CBRM who are showing interest in the concept of regional autonomy, including a push by Senator Dan Christmas. What is your view about that sentiment? And the response from the Premier was, I think that what you're seeing is when people are worried that they're not being treated fairly by the government, then they look for other alternatives. I think the underlying issue is people are wondering about the question of fairness and the level of services they're getting and how they're being viewed upon from the government. This is a great province, and it's always going to be stronger when we're together and supportive of each other. I would rather focus the discussion on making sure that every area of the province feels welcome, feels like they're a part of something, that they want to be a part of something. Next question. You previously committed to doubling the CBRM, what CBRM receives under equalization, as an immediate first step. Do you stand by that? What other steps would you take to address the growing gap that CBRM officials have identified between what it received in equalization and what it pays back to the province in mandated costs? The answer from the Premier was, and I should give the date, this, Madam Speaker, was from February the 12th, 2021, so before the last election. Yes, I think that feeds into the question of people making sure that they feel treated fairly, and that the MOU between the province and the municipalities is very old. It's over 20 years old, and a lot has changed in the world since then. And it's time to modernize that agreement. There will be lots of moving parts to the discussion, around equalization payments to communities, around property taxes, around exchange of services. What I've said is, as Premier, I commit to having that discussion, to making that happen. And as a show of commitment to that, I would double the equalization payments to the municipalities across the province while that negotiation is happening. And I'll table this article, Madam Speaker. But what I'm hearing from my colleagues from CBRM is that they're not actually feeling that this work is being collaborative and that they're being listened to. And I think from the Premier's words before the last election is that was his intent. So hopefully the Minister would be willing to go back to CBRM and listen to the Mayor and Council and to the people of CBRM out of respect for their concerns. Certainly there has been a long talk of opening the service agreement back up. And I do want to table another document, Madam Speaker, and this was a Department of Municipal Affairs Union of Nova Scotia Municipalities Partnership Framework from 2018, Mr. Speaker, 2018 to 2019. And just a couple of quotes from this framework. The province of Nova Scotia and the Union of Nova Scotia Municipalities are committed to achieving a shared vision of healthy and vibrant communities in Nova Scotia. Province of Nova Scotia and UNSM recognize that joint engagement in government decision-making processes that impact local governments is critically important to success. And they agreed to work on a joint strategic plan that encourages municipal modernization, and I'll table this document as well. And I wanted to table this document, Mr. Speaker, just to emphasize the importance of working together with our municipal partners. It's important that they feel respected. They have a lot of responsibility, and they are the true grassroots. Our municipal governments, including our villages, are true grassroots politicians and elected officials, and they deserve our respect. And they deserve, the respect is shown to them in the legislation that is passed in this legislature that impacts them. And when I read this bill, Mr. Speaker, there's a lot, basically everything is left into regulations and decisions made by cabinet, decisions made by the minister, so decisions that are not being made here democratically here in this legislature, where the people have an opportunity to have their voices heard. That is the point of parliamentary democracy, of this legislature, is it gives the people of the province, the citizens, the taxpayers, an opportunity to have their voices heard. And that's why they send each one of us here to this legislature. Mr. Speaker, as I finish my comments on Bill 340 here on second reading, and I look forward to sharing more in committee of the whole as well as in third reading once I get more comments back from my councillors in the town of Amherst as well as the county of Cumberland. My recommendations would be to go back to CBRM, ensure that all of our municipal governments throughout Nova Scotia have a copy of this bill. When I first reached out yesterday to some of my councillors, the first comment I got back was they're really happy to see about J-class roads in the bill. And I sent back, I said, I don't think you have a copy of the right bill because there's nothing about roads in this bill. And they sent back, they said, oh, there was supposed to be. So, Mr. Speaker, I think that there may be room for improvement with consultation and providing the most up-to-date, accurate information with our municipal governments throughout the province. And I would encourage more collaboration and cooperation with our municipal partners. I would encourage the government to work with CBRM and actually legislate a Cape Breton regional municipal charter. I believe that that is what they want. And I also would love to see more work, collaborative work with our municipal partners, specifically in housing. It's getting colder. There's too many people. There should not be one person, not one person, Mr. Speaker, without a warm place to sleep at night and with a roof over their heads. And in order to make that happen, we need to have a good relationship with our municipal partners. So with those few words, I'll take my seat. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Cole Harbour, Dartmouth.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Finally get to talk on this, so it's interesting. I know when I first heard of it, they said this bill was to enable legislation. Well, legislation and creating good policies and building relationships, it's all done in good faith. And as a municipal councillor since 2008, I've heard many things supposedly done in good faith. But I soon came to understand that the different orders of government do a lot of this, which I've now called the real coat of arms. Because the art of deflection, I don't know what it's like in other provinces, but it's alive and well in Nova Scotia. This is about the Memorandum of Understanding. It says it right in there, understanding. And from what we heard from CBRM when we met with them, and then what we heard from municipalities like Kings and Colchester heard similarly, there wasn't an understanding with this bill. Again, it's only to enable legislation, so people have to wonder what exactly that means. And then in good faith and the art of negotiating, when this government came forward and started infringing on HRM policies, right from the beginning, all municipal units across this province got nervous and did not trust what might be coming down the pipe for each and every one of them. All municipalities are governed by provincial acts and the policies that come around them. Housing, corrections, education, all great ways to start, but they never were municipal responsibilities. We have no input in the policies that govern those acts. But the money is needed. The only way you're properly going to get an understanding of the municipal units, the three regionals, there's CBRM, Hants West RM, and HRM. There are towns, and the remainder are rural municipalities. And I want to remind everyone, the regional municipalities are all counties, so they have large land masses. Hants West County, Cape Breton County, which is kind of unfortunate and confusing because Cape Breton's is also an island. HRM, Halifax County, the largest land mass, and the largest, coincidentally, rural municipality in Nova Scotia. Don't forget that. When everyone, and I've heard it many times at the various NSFM conferences that I've attended over the 12 years on municipal council, never did I not hear the rurals get up and point the finger at big bad HRM. Walk a mile in each other's shoes. What are you asking me? Oh, it is about the bill. The bill is about the Memorandum of Understanding, and I'm speaking to understanding. I didn't know what you were pointing at because my mic is on. Walk a mile in another person's shoes. You can come here, walk a mile over here. My next comment was going to be about silos. How are silos formed? By not understanding what it's like to walk in someone else's shoes. In every form of public decision-making, there are the silos. And it continues to plague good decision-making in Nova Scotia. And sadly, that's what we see before us in this bill. What we're hearing from other people is not, and I'm going to say it, this is good on the minister for bringing this forward. I was looking forward to this since I read it in the mandate letter. But it's not always the what you're going to do, it's the how you're going to do it. And this is what we're discussing here today. Someone once told me, I mean, she may have been biased because she was a municipal councillor. When I got elected, she said, municipal councillors make the best MLAs. I guess it's because we need to get out of those silos at the end of the day. And that's exactly why I don't say levels of government. I say orders of government. Because orders put us on all the same level playing field. And very importantly, it also recognizes our Indigenous government in doing so. Oh, another catchphrase that many councillors would know that we were often called, and I never liked it. Municipalities are children of the province. No children. So then I thought I was coming to the parenthood here at the province. But now we're just asking the grandparents in the federal government to give us money as well. So now I'm just kind of caught in the middle. When I came into politics, I didn't come into politics for the politics, because there's politics in everything. I came for the people. My husband said, what do you want to focus on? And as someone who grew up in Richmond County across from a fish plant that I saw go away, and people desperate to live and survive, I moved up here. I never forgot where I came from. And I still feel for the people there, and I feel for the people everywhere across this province. And I said last week when I spoke, please focus on the other municipal units. They need your help, and here's your chance to give them the help they need with this memorandum of understanding. In good faith, trust the process. You know, as I stand here, it's extremely difficult for me to trust the process, because since I got elected, I was called into a few briefings, one on Bill 225, the HRM noise bylaw, and then this one for 340 on municipal reform. I was told in the briefing, this is what it's for. It's just for the noise bylaw. Found out later, not necessarily. I was told in the briefing for this bill, everybody's happy, except for HRM, we got to do that one differently because it's the charter. And then apparently, it's not. HRM's upset that they were included as being in agreement with it. How did that make me feel? What's the briefing process for? To give me a deal of goods that may not be correct? Like I said, it's due time that it's done. 30 years since the MOU was created. And everything was going well. So much so. But then the pandemic hit. And then to my colleague from Clare, who mentioned the budgetary pressures, yes, by all means, the budgetary pressures came so much that there's still, many of the smaller municipalities and the larger ones are still trying to get their heads above water. But to create a committee, having private meetings, was it 6 months, I believe they said that they met for? Sounds like a long time, but when you're really trying to make up all lost time of the 30 years that the conversation needed to be had, 6 months is not going to do it. And the NDA process, we saw that, the lack of transparency even through the task force process. Again, it's not the way you do things in good faith. Now the charter, I have the letter here from the Nova Scotia Federation of Municipalities, who, you know, when the bill was tabled, they said it was pretty good, so I understand the towns are good. But the recommendation from them says, the recommendation that NSFM write a letter to the province accepting the province's proposal for capacity grant, housing, corrections, obsolete schools, and infrastructure, and further, that CBRM be dealt separately from other municipalities, with no impact on the proposed MOU agreement. And it goes on further, with respect to roads, the NSFM accepts Part A, recommends that Part B be placed in Schedule A for future discussion, and the current J-Class roads program continued. Further, that NSFM and the province continue discussions immediately on Schedule A, and that a 5-year review be written into the MOU, and I'll table that. So that sounds to me like the agreement was to sort of look and possibly treat CBRM differently, and they wanted their own charter. I've heard this before, and I gave them a little bit of a warning because my experience with HRM's charter wasn't necessarily an easy ride. See, in 2008, the beauty of coming in at that time, I had all 3 premiers of different parties: Rodney MacDonald, Darrell Dexter, and Stephen McNeil. Now, the charter came through Darrell Dexter. And so when I went to him for him to try and get an understanding of the walk in the HRM shoes, he said, "You have the charter. You can do whatever you want now." Well, that infuriated my colleagues. And I will table the current legislative amendments to the charter that are required by this provincial government to pass. There are 41 of them. In good faith. Walk a mile in my shoes. There is much more work to do. I think I've heard the minister say that. And I look forward to, and I'll even offer, I will work with the minister hand in hand. And I've been known over my time in politics to be a great facilitator, so I'd be willing to offer that up. But the conversation needs to continue. And it's not something you can put a limit on. And it's not something that you can take as a report card and your mandatory letter and just tick it off, yes, we've done that. It needs to be an ongoing conversation. That's what true relationships are. I will conclude in just saying that please consider going back to the table and renegotiating and continuing the conversations. The work of the committee is not done, and the work of the committee needs to be transparent. And now, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I move that the motion for second reading be amended by striking out everything after that and substituting the bill be not now read a second time, but 30 days hence.
There's a motion to amend on the floor. Looking for speakers to the amendment. I recognize the honourable member for Sydney, member 2.
Hey, thank you. It's nice to get applause because Mr. Speaker, on a Friday afternoon as the House Leader of the opposition, not too many people are smiling at you like they were the day before. It's been a long day. We're going to have some long days, and I will say this, and we're going to get into why I think we should delay this. But again, we're here debating this. We don't need to be debating this. We talked about this last night. And when hours are called until 11:59 and the government thinks that they can get out in 8 days, this is what happens. So it's a case as we're going to continue to debate this bill, which I personally, I'll get into this in a second, I really actually feel quite bad for my colleagues in Cape Breton after what I'm hearing today from council and others, that I think this hoisting this motion and getting to the, and delaying this for 30 days is important. And you learn a lot, Mr. Speaker, in 24 hours. And as I said last night, you know, and I appreciate the comments from all sides of the floor. This is a passionate issue for home. But what we're learning is that it actually isn't just about the CBRM at all. And as we were talking last night, we started receiving messages from councillors all over the province saying, we didn't agree to this. We have concerns about roads. We have concerns about the capacity grant. And what we've learned today is that CBRM and 16 other communities are going to receive less under the capacity grant. And I don't know an elected representative that would say yes to that. So I guess a question I would have is, and again, why we should delay and go back and talk to these communities, is that we're learning that there's 17 municipalities, many of which would be represented by government MLAs. They have major concerns, and they're telling us that they don't support the MOU as it stands. And again, if it works, and I said this last night, if it works for a community, great. I understand what the government's trying to do. I was part of those conversations a few years ago. As the minister indicated last night, and as the member from Glace Bay tried to articulate that we're wrong and we don't fully agree with this, the minister said it himself. These have been conversations that have been going on through successive ministers, through various governments. And I applaud the work that the department's trying to do. And as I said, I look forward to the comments from the minister when the time comes. But we learned a lot in the last 24 hours. And we're learning a lot about what other communities are telling us now about the capacity grant and about the roads, issues around roads. And they're saying we don't support the MOU as it stands. So why would you want to force this? Now, you have, that's 17 communities out of 49 are telling you we don't support this as it stands. They're getting less money under the capacity grant. I would poll those councillors of all of those communities, and I guarantee you a vast majority of them would say, no, we don't support this as it stands. So that's why we made an amendment to the motion to extend it, hoist, and extend the invitation for the government to really go back, take 30 days, look this over, go back and consult with communities, and get it right. And I also had the chance, because CBRM, they held a press conference, and they didn't hold back. And they also just had an emergency meeting of council, and they didn't hold back there either. And they had some very serious concerns, very consistent to what all parties have said, which confirmed it again for me, that we're thinking on the same along the same lines, that the 4.5 million in savings actually isn't savings. It's flow through. So they're not saving that money unless they don't adjust their tax rate and the CBRM residents continue to pay that money. They have concerns around road infrastructure. And one of the concerns that I heard during the council meeting too is if that deal was to go through for the CBRM, you're looking at layoffs in the Department of Transportation. Without question. Like, CBRM does not have the capacity to take over all provincially owned roads. And you have to, like, look at this, and we're all hearing this. CBRM's been very passionate about it. There actually are some concerns that came out of that council meeting about some of the comments that were made in those meetings, in those deliberations, which are concerning, not from the minister, but from the negotiation with staff. And it goes back to what we were all saying all along, is that obviously the consultation wasn't done. Council at home and CBRM have some major concerns. They have some major concerns with some of the comments that were made here last night about choices they have to make. And they want the opportunity to sit down with the government and have that conversation, again, with the minister and the premier, who, again, based on, I think, what I've heard in the scrums today, has refused to meet with council again. The premier, second largest municipality in the province. And this can all end today, and it can become a very healthy conversation with now not only CBRM, but with CBRM and 16 other communities that are going to see less resources as a result of this MOU. So, you know, I don't want to get in my place here and be combative, but like it's just common sense. You're in a negotiation with stakeholders that are partners of yours. They're the communities that, as I said last night, deal with a lot of the local issues, as we all know as MLAs. And they deal with a lot of provincially jurisdiction issues. They're on the ground. When you call a councillor, I always say you're calling them at home. They deal with the vast majority of the backyard issues that we deal with as politicians. And they're very passionate today about it, and they want more time. And what's 30 days? In the whole scheme of things, what is 30 days to take a breather for CBRM and 16 other communities? And as I said, the other communities are happy, great. Well, we know other communities. There are communities out there that are happy with the MOU, and good for them. Again, you're dealing with 49 different municipal units, so you're going to be into this. Everybody has unique circumstances. But it's just go back for 30 days. Go back, have a conversation. What do you got to lose for 30 days? You could really fix this and do it right. At least, if anything, if you're still at the same point in 30 days, you're giving the municipalities the opportunity to have a conversation. You know what that costs you? Nothing. That's free charge. Go down, meet with the council, engage those other communities, have a conversation. It's not going to cost you a municipal capacity grant or road cost sharing or derelict schools. It's going to cost you a cup of coffee to do it right. And that's what we're asking for. And as I said, CBRM was very passionate today in their press conference. And they were a little direct in some of the comments that were made in the negotiation about the MOU, and one of the comments saying something along the lines of all the money can go to Berwick. So when I hear stuff like that, no offense to Berwick, great community, they're beautiful. But when you hear comments like that, you ask yourself, what is the true nature of what's happening here, right? And it's a case of like, people immediately get their backs up. And again, I'm referencing what was said at council today, so I don't know if I don't know if they have an official answered yet. So I just want to make sure I'm following the rules if I reference anything like that, Mr. Speaker. So correct me if I'm wrong. I'm happy to follow any of the rules that are there. But when you hear stuff like that, and again, they publicly just met an hour ago. I'm sitting there and I'm going, man, like why? Like what is the why go through this? I'll let you make a ruling. You're good? Okay. So, Mr. Speaker, that's why we put this motion forward for the hoist. And at some point, I'll say this, like this, I never expected the debate to go this far. And I think it's important that CBRM Council gets the law amendments. And I think they get the opportunity as councillors, and other councillors are coming. Like law amendments, whenever that happens, it's going to be jam-packed. Because as I said, we thought it was just CBRM Council. It's not. It's them and 16 others. And I think that's going to be important for the government to listen to that. And again, I think it's another opportunity, even before you get the law amendments, you already know the issues, just pull back for 30 days. It's you know, and for my colleagues on the government side, give them a chance. Oh, yeah.
I recognize the honourable member for Hants East on a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If you could get the member to table these documents, we've gone from CBRM to 12 to 15 to 17. I mean, he's thrown out numbers, so thank you.
Yeah. Unless the member is speaking directly, reading from it, it's not a point of order. Yeah. I recognize the honourable member for Halifax, member 2. Sydney, member 2.
No, and you know what, Mr. Speaker, and to the member, he's not wrong in asking that, because I wasn't even sure myself, because there's a CBRM council meeting that happened an hour ago. So like I am very mindful of the rules when it comes to this, because there are things that have been said in that meeting, and based on the rules of the host, how that works. So I'm not actually reading off of documents, but I just knew that this question was going to come. So there will be an official answer, which I will happily table whenever that's printed. Yeah. So like that's no problem. So that's no problem. But I'll continue on, and it's oh no, that's fine. So Mr. Speaker, as I said, so council made some pretty pointed remarks today about the debate last night, and I don't want to get into that. All the MLAs from Cape Breton are going to see that themselves, and they're going to hear that themselves as we move forward. But it does make me wonder actually how much the MLAs actually knew of the totality of what was being offered to the CBRM. And that's in defense of them, right? Like, you know what I mean? Like that, it seems like it's been a situation where we were all brought in as caucuses to talk to the government and talk about what the MOU meant for CBRM. And I think for all of us, that was really kind of the first time we got it in our totality. And it's something that is problematic for the government MLAs, because ultimately they're the ones, and I've been on the government side where you go home and you have to defend the policy decisions that you make. And I think for them, they're in a position where they have to decide, you know, and defend some of the comments and some of the decisions that have been made, and make choices. As the member said last night, you know, CBRM has choices to make, but so do they. And it's, you good? Oh, okay, I'm just making sure. So again, it's about choices. And I honestly feel that I think the local MLAs and the CBRM could really take 30 days, take a breather, meet with their council, have a conversation, sit down, talk about it, and this whole conversation ends. And we go on to law amendments. You make the revisions, or you pull the bill for now and bring it back. Because right now you have one community that feels neglected by the government, and I would argue myself, this is me talking, neglected by the NSFN, which is the other one, that they feel like they're just feeling really kind of confused and shocked over the fact that, you know, they go through this negotiation, the second largest municipality, and they would so, I believe, celebrate the opportunity to take 30 days, not 6 months, not 90 days, not 2 months or 10 months, 30 days. Sit down, have a conversation. As I said, doesn't cost you a thing. Well, some gas maybe to Sydney. Bring the Premier with you. I think that would be good. It's a sign of good faith. You know, I don't say that, it sounds flippant when I say it, but it's the truth. I had 2 premiers I worked for. Happy to meet with any council. My colleague from Timberley went down, met with council, made some significant infrastructure moves, helped me protect some land at the Bel Air Trail, you know, did some good urban land protection in Sydney, Charlotte Street redevelopment, met with First Nations leaders, did some great work in Inverness, Gaelic College campus, that's him, in Inverness. Yes, yes. So the point I'm making is that take the 30 days, as we're saying in the hoist, and have the Premier come down with his MLAs and have a conversation. What's wrong with that? The member from Timberley, and Stephen McNeil made a point of it because CBRM is 100,000 people. And every time they came, they understood and respected the fact that the local government, whether it's CBRM or Berwick or East Hants or wherever, they have the mandate. We have the mandate as MLAs to represent our communities here in the legislature. But ultimately the councils, and I'm a former councillor, there's lots of former councillors in here, and I think you would all agree with me that when councils are into it every day, and councillors are into so much more than we were back then. Important to have more time to talk about this bill, this hoist on the bill, Mr. Speaker. But they're into so many more jurisdictions, I believe, than they ever have been when it comes to housing and when it comes to roads and when it comes to all of these things that we've been talking about over the last number of days. They're making some really tough decisions. And they're looking for different supports from governments, some foundational ones when it comes to the capacity grant and other things, but also to have a fruitful conversation with the provincial leadership about how do we keep growing as a community. And they're telling us they need more time. They're telling us they're receiving less money. They're concerned that there hasn't been enough dialogue and engagement with all the MLAs in the community. I'm not just pointing the finger at anybody particularly, but all of us. And they want that extra time. And I'm saying, as one of the MLAs who represents home, and again, you always, we get into debates, and I've been on the government side, Mr. Speaker, and I do, like, you try to, and I do this in the media, I've said this in the media before, is that if I'm here making a decision, and I'm presenting an argument on opposition, I'm sitting, there's a part of me thinking, what would I have done if I'm still in cabinet? Or what would I have done if I'm still on that side? So I'm looking at this situation saying, I just watched CBRM Council. They're upset. They're upset heavily at government They're very upset at some of the comments that were made last night, which are now circulating in the community. So I'm on the government side cabinet saying, free of charge, I'll take 30 days and go back and meet with council and get this right and protect the MLAs that I have on the government side in Cape Breton and give them a chance to meet with council and take the premier and have a fruitful, non-adversarial conversation. But here we are on Friday afternoon at 2:27. Government calls hours till 11:59 on Tuesday. We've been here for a week, maybe, not even. There's no more bills on the floor. They put next to no legislation in place. So this is the biggest piece of it for me, and this is why they can take 30 days, because they have lots of time. I think it's important. I'm looking at, like, again, got chippy in here last night. Got chippy with a few of us at a local level. Some comments were made. Some of them I took offense to. That's all right. We get chippy in here. That's what we do. But this is important for home. Those comments are being heard all over the community today. So people are here. So people are really engaged in this at home. So what's the best thing we can do? Instead of debating in here on a Friday afternoon, this can be over. This can be over. It can be over. You have CBRM and these other communities that are like, we're not ready for this. And you have a bill on the floor. So take 30 days. Take 30 days and have a conversation. Take 30 days and give the MLAs, as I said, Mr. Speaker, I'm trying to put myself back on that side. I'm going to my leadership and I'm saying we got to, I could use a bunch of examples from home, right? As I said, we dealt with some pretty some very hot topic, confrontational issues during our time in government in Cape Breton. Lots of protests, lots of that. But in this case, I'm saying to myself, okay, if I'm still on the government side, I'm going to the leadership. I'm saying, guys, we need to take a pause here. We had a conversation with CBRM, and CBRM had a meeting, and they laid out factually all of their issues. It's less money. It's not a savings. The roads are an issue. What also I'm saying to the leadership, if it's the member from Timberley or McNeil, I'm saying, not only does CBRM have a problem, now we're learning that 16 other communities are going to receive less under the the capacity grant. So how do we do it? How do we deal with it? So, and I can say this because he was awesome. He was very collaborative when he was premier, talked a lot about a lot of issues, not only in Cape Breton, but all over the place. So we would sit down and talk about this, but the leadership was involved. I was a minister, go to the premier, we'd have staff, we'd have people, experts in a particular area, and we would make the decision to proceed, or we would make the decision to pause. And we've proceeded and paused probably equal amount of times. This is free of charge for the government. And it would save you a whole, Mr. Speaker, it would save the government a whole lot of debate, a whole lot of controversy. It would probably be a great opportunity to learn about some of the challenges not only CBRM is bringing forward, but also what some of the other communities are bringing forward, which I'm sure are going to come up with law amendments too as well. That's why we have that. But you're going to pass a bill that 17 communities don't like. That's 17 communities. So if all those 17 communities rally and you start adding the population, that's a big chunk of the population that's saying, I don't want to pay more tax. Because that's what they're saying to us. It's not just CBRM saying that, and that was brought up at council again today, that, and I don't know who it was, CBRM was told to raise their taxes. It wasn't a choice. It was like, well, you can raise your taxes, right? And again, so like this, all of this is coming up, and I'm sitting there going like, obviously there's a problem. There's a problem with what is being presented. And we're here again at 2:30 on a Friday afternoon when the government could have this morning came to the legislature and said, we're going to take pause. We're hearing some concerns from the CBRM. Let's take 30 days. And then they're hearing it too. If the councillors are calling us, I'm sure they're calling some of the government representatives as well. Well, I know the member's shaking his head, and that's fine. If his community supports it, that's great. I've said this. This is not a, oh, we completely disagree with the government move. This is a legit negotiation with a whole lot of stakeholders that have very unique challenges, and who were told, that's right, as my colleague said, who the government said everybody agreed. No, not everybody agreed. We're learning that. So, and again, some very interesting comments coming out of negotiations with staff and the CBRM. Right? And anybody can go watch the emergency meeting of the CBRM Council. I would actually encourage people to do it, because I thought it was good in the sense that they talked about a lot of, you know, it was consistent in what we were talking about last night, as I said, and they need more time. And they had a press conference today, they had an emergency meeting today, and I suspect it's not done for them. There's going to be a pile of them there's going to be a number of councillors come forward to law amendments to plead the case. They've said that in their meeting today. All this is public. So you can go and check it out. And they had some very serious concerns about what some of the comments that came from staff in the negotiation, which in my opinion, I would argue are very unfortunate in some cases, because if anybody goes into a negotiation like that, it's not really a negotiation. They had some concerns. They really don't like this idea, you know, and I'll say this, there's no choice, like this idea that there's these choices, right? The CBRM has a choice to either tax, or keep that tax rate the same or it's not. We're talking about money that never existed. And they were offended by that. They were. And I'm sure they're going to talk about that more. But and I'll say this about the member from Timberley and Stephen McNeil. Whenever there was a topic that was highly contested, and there's been a bunch in Cape Breton, we've had our own conversations with CBRM of the day. We took a different approach. We just went infrastructure, sat down with them. We started the MOU stuff. I get what the government's trying to do. It's consistent. That's good. But whenever there was something highly contested, I talked about it before, about the pause. But it wasn't just about the pause and why I think you should pause for this Hoist motion for 30 days. He was also there to stand next to us when this stuff happened. And when council needed to meet, or a stakeholder needed to meet, or we were ever under fire, they were there, because we were always talking back and forth. We knew everything that was coming over the causeway every minute of every day. Every cent that came over, every issue that was coming over, every project, every program, everything. Which allowed us to either make a decision or pause for 30 days, as I'm saying in this Hoist motion. I got to get back to the bill. So I don't understand the reluctancy of the Premier can take 30 days, stand next to his colleagues from Cape Breton, from the CBRM, and have a conversation with the council that represents 100,000 people in this province. And in the scrum today, I believe, and people can correct me, he again indicated that he will not meet with CBRM council again. And I don't understand. We're here having a debate on a Hoist motion, on the original motion, and we don't have to be. And it costs the government nothing, Mr. Speaker, to make that decision. To sit at a table, I'm sure the mayor and council and staff would happily welcome the Premier and the MLAs from Cape Breton and the minister into a room. Would. We did it multiple times. Myself and Jeff McClellan, former MLA from Glace Bay, had full access to the Premier whenever we needed him. Whenever we needed the Premier, whether it was the member from Timberley or the former Premier McNeil, when we needed him in Cape Breton, he was there. Every project, every issue, every question. We needed him to come to council, he came to council. We needed him to go look at a project, he'd look at a project. Whenever there was a flood or any other event, he was there. And the Premier can come this time with his, and help and support the people who helped make him Premier by delaying for 30 days on this hoist motion. He could be there for his people, the people who put their name on the ballot for him so he could be Premier. They need him right now. They need him to come to Cape Breton, and they need him to help fix this problem. What a gesture to the people who knocked doors, who promoted him, who promoted the brand, who stood next to him. Delay for 30 days. As the hoist motion says, come to Cape Breton with his colleagues. It would show a lot to the community. Hey, I respect that. This is a big issue. This is a big issue for the CBRM. A community that's in full growth, but with challenges. A community that needs more time to have a conversation and to know that if they're going to have that conversation, that they're having it with the minister and that they're having it with the Premier and that they're having it with their caucus colleagues who day and night are there responsible to act not in the best interest of their own ridings, but the entire CBRM. And that's the difference with being in government. It can't just be about your riding. You represent everyone. I'm sure they see that. I know that from the Minister of Mental Health and Addictions. You get calls from everywhere, right? And I think they could use the support of their boss. I do. I really do. You were a leader. Still are, Mr. Speaker. I'm on the bill. I'm going to get there. I'm making a point. It's a nice cup of coffee. But in this moment, when we're asking for this, as in this motion, we're asking for a 30-day delay, which is, again, I'll say it again, it's free of charge. It shows a sign of support and partnership and collaboration to the CBRM. It shows a sign of support and commitment and backing to the MLAs and the CBRM that are ultimately now going to be dealing with a public campaign where people will see that they've been told by government your taxes can go up 12%. They need to delay this. I've lived this world. I'm speaking from experience, where there's been some pretty heavy public campaigns in my experience in government, some of them coordinated by people in this house, as some of the members would know. It was tough. Healthcare was tough. When you're closing hospitals, that's tough. Just like this case. You're into it now. There was a public meeting at council. They outlined what was said. They outlined what was said by staff. They also indicated that it's not only them, they're not alone. There's 17 in total. So the public campaign is on. The question is what's next? This is going to hit the media pretty hard in the next couple hours. People in the CBRM are going to start reading the Cape Breton Post, and they're going to listen to the Giant, and they're going to listen to New Country, as probably the Coast. Sorry, the Coast. How could I forget the Coast? Yes, the big fan, the #1 fan is the member from Victoria the Lakes. Everybody at Tim Hortons is going to be having this conversation because they're going to find out their taxes could go up 16%. They could find out that maybe all provincial roads are going to come under the jurisdiction of CBRM, and then families who work for the Department of Transportation are going to start saying, wait a second, how does that work? They're going to start looking at the government. And they're going to say, wait a second, we now have a carbon tax, and our power rates are going up, and now our residential rate might go up 16%. What's happening in this province, Mr. Speaker? And they're going to start looking to the government saying, wait, these guys got to get back to the table and talk to one another. And the great thing is that you have some, you know, we get into banters here in politics, but there's some really great MLAs on all sides of the floor. And the guys care on the government side. I know that. And like, everybody cares. I'm referencing the MLAs on the government side, so no offense to. Sorry. Talking about the guy. Yes, so the point being is that they care. I see it. Member from Halifax Atlantic gave a great comment to the Minister of Mental Health and Addictions. He literally saved somebody's life yesterday. That's pretty amazing stuff. And it's like, no matter what issue we ever had at home, whether it was floods or fires or anything else over the years, as long as I've been here, everybody's been great. And it's like, these guys are going to go home now and be under fire, big time. Some of them more than others because of the comments they made. And they need support. And it's not coming. Again, in the scrum today, the Premier's not coming to meet with CBRM. I don't get it. I don't get it. And no offense to the Minister. Good man, trying his best. He's fulfilling the work that multiple governments have done. But the elected leader of the province will not meet with the council. And we're asking for a 30-day delay. Go down in 2 weeks. The House, I can't predict when it's going to get out. It's not really looking great right now, but that's the decisions of your leadership. I'm given hours, and I'll use them, and that's exactly what the government did, Mr. Speaker, before many of the new MLAs came. People filibustered for 4 hours in law amendments. The Premier was one of the best. Premier was one of the best. It was kind of impressive at times. It was awful, but hey, you can filibuster for 4 hours. You got to give a guy credit. But the point being is that so here we are again, and the Premier goes to a media scrum. We're saying, take 30 days. Come meet with council. Premier immediately, not even thinking again. Like, I thought for sure, Mr. Speaker, that government was going to get up this morning and say, yeah, you know what? Instead of having this public battle, which doesn't need to happen, we're going to take a pause and we're going to go down and we're going to meet with CBRM. Because we have a community that disagrees. And they didn't. And I was kind of shocked by that. I thought for sure something was going to happen this morning. And I actually said that to people at home. People started asking me who are watching the debates. Surprised, a lot of people watched the debates last night. I was looking at like over 1,000 people watched the Ledge last night. It was pretty interesting. That's what happens at Cape Breton. It's like the council meetings. People like watching that stuff. It's true. It's true. So I thought for sure that something was going to change and they were going to take a pause, and that's why we're putting this hoist motion up to ask for 30 days. But it didn't happen, and the Premier's doing a scrum, and I was waiting there, and I was talking to staff, and I was going to say, well, I suspect the Premier's probably going to say, okay, well, somebody will go down and talk to the CBRM. Somebody will go down and have a conversation with them, try to get a sense of what's happening. Everybody knew there was a press conference coming today. It was public. There was media advisories and everything wrote, and there was nothing. I'm sitting there going like, what a golden opportunity, because they've done it before. If you remember, and I'll use this reference, and why I'm asking for the 30-day hoist on this, is because if you go back to the non-residence tax, and that was the decision, and I'm going to tie it into what I'm asking for. So when you go back to that, the government was, we're doing this. And then all of a sudden there was enough public outcry where they pulled back because they realized it wasn't the right move. So changes were made. And that was on something that didn't even impact residents that were living here yet. So now you have a situation where you have a population of 100,000 people who are saying, we need more time on this, and the council that represents them says, this is not going to work for us. We need help. Come meet with us. Give us time.
I recognize the honourable member for Glace Bay Dominion on a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, last night I tabled a document that clearly stated that the CBRM had a choice to do a charter.
I don't think
and it
that's a
worked.
point of order, respectfully. I recognize the member for Sydney, member 2.
I don't understand why he's getting confrontational. I'm not getting confrontational with the member from Glace Bay. We never even talked about the charter. Now, interestingly enough, there was a point made about the charter today that I would encourage everybody to listen to, because the charter, and actually the member said last night that he was the only one talking about a charter. I tabled a charter bill last year, so you can happily go see it. So it's on the webpage. So there's actually legislation already for a charter. Right? This is not something that was just talked about all of a sudden by this government, but for whatever reason, the member from Glace Bay is getting confrontational about this. I'm not being confrontational with him. I'm telling him he deserves protection and support from his premier, and he's not getting it. And now he has to go home, and I'm asking for 30 days for him. I'm asking a hoist motion because I was on that side of the floor and I dealt with issues like this, and I had the full support of my leadership to go down and either meet with council or meet with anybody else and not leave them out in the cold. And that's the other part of this I want to say, and why I think we need to hoist this for 30 days, because I fundamentally believe that those local MLAs didn't know what they were walking into. They did not have full disclosure of that entire MOU from the government. They did not have that. They did not have that. That was obvious to me when I went into council and met with them. I knew immediately, it's like all of us as MLAs were getting this information 100% for the first time. I got to go back to the bill. So when the member is saying that, I'm asking for 30 days for him and for his colleagues. And I see some of the veterans on this side shaking their heads in agreement, because we've lived this world when decisions at times are made. I use the non-residence tax. Look at pharmacare back in the day. That was another one on the Liberal side where decisions were made. We learned very quickly that there was some concerns around pharmacare. This government pounded us on it, rightfully so, and we made decisions to pull back and evaluate. The government already has precedent in taking a delay and doing it with the non-residence tax. So now we have another situation where you have CBRM and now 16 other communities that are saying, whoa, hold on. They're saying, whoa, that's what they're saying. They're saying, wait a second, we didn't say yes to this. We didn't sign off on this, and we're still trying to figure out what the sign off is, but they didn't sign off on it. So again, you can, you already have the precedent doing this. And I'm not looking at the government, Mr. Speaker, saying you're completely wrong. You're not. In this whole debate, there are good aspects of this. I get fundamentally where the minister is going with this and where the government is going with this. This is one of those issues, one of these concerns that has been a long-standing conversation with municipalities across the province for years. And the council said that today too. This was a big monumental moment for councils because they wanted to reestablish a different relationship. And I give the minister credit for that. I really do. He's got a lot of big files right now. You know what I mean? Between this and housing and everything else. So, plus natural disasters and everything else in between. Right? So I understand that their staff is into it. They're good people. But again, I'm just kind of, we put this hoist mode, we kind of talking about this as a caucus of, what's the best course of action here before a vote is had. And when all these when government changes, because fundamentally, or not fundamentally, eventually it will, as all governments do, every party will run and win and lose. And this government is here now, and eventually the government will lose. But what are you leaving in the long run? You have a community saying that, for the first couple of years, maybe it's okay, but in the long term, for the sustainability of the CBRM, this is not a great deal. We have no relationship with our premier. And that would be a great opportunity to sit down and have a conversation. And We welcome you to our community. We want to do this right. This is important for everybody. They don't want to be adversarial with the government. Nobody does. I don't even want to be adversarial with the government on this. I can't even believe we're here having this conversation at 10 to 3 on a Friday afternoon. We don't have to be, we can be talking about all the other bills that are on the floor. We could be going through government business right now, which I would be happy to be running regular hours. Run regular hours, but now we're talking about hoist motions, about delaying a policy that is a concern for CBRM and many other communities across the province. So, again, there's a pathway here. And as I said, the public relations campaign has begun. Media start picking up these stories. Local government has been pretty direct in their comments, in their emergency council meeting. And you know, I know the care. I know the government MLAs. I've known them for a long time. Well, most of them, but I know they care. And it's like they're going to go home to this. Wow, it's not fun. You know, it's not. Let me tell you, lived it. And any chance that we can sit back and reevaluate, like we're asking for in this hoist motion, I think it's healthy. Obviously, you know, and some of the stuff, and I'm not going to get into too much of the comments that were made at council, but some of this stuff's going to make the media, which is going to make people's eyes roll if the media prints it, right? That it would all depend on what the media wants to tell. But it's some of this stuff, people are going to be like, okay, you guys got to get back to the table and you got to have a conversation about the best steps forward. And we believe the best way to do that is through a hoist motion. You know, I joked last night. You know, it's been great. That must be a record. 2 days of talking about the CBRM. Right? It's been fun. It's been fun. You know what? I think we all learned a little bit too, and I'm really proud of the council. And you can kind of hear the frustration with them today. And you know, you look at, as I said last night, you know, CBRM was created at the same time as Halifax, 1995, and they just want what many governments have tried and have tried to deal with it in different ways. But this government has decided to do it through the MOU. And all they're asking for is the ability to do that. And there was a hard deadline put on them, I think it was October 4th, to pass a motion, which was logistically impossible, Mr. Speaker. So that's the other reason why we're asking for the hoist motion. So it was logistically impossible for them. At that time, they got the correspondence from municipal affairs, or they say by October 4th have a council meeting. And logistically, they just couldn't do it. So just extend the deadline. Extend the deadline. Go down and meet with them, extend that deadline. Have a council meeting and get that motion. Again, I just, like, we're into another public fight. I called this last night. Here comes another one. It started this afternoon. But as I said last night, it's okay. No, my colleague over there, we'll make sure he's all right. I know. I've been riveting the last 2 days, Mr. Speaker. I know, but he's a councillor too, so he gets it. Hey, there's a member that has served his community very proudly. Met him when I was. You understand what's going on, absolutely. And the deal for his community might be good. I don't know. I haven't talked about it. Yeah.
I just asked that when we're speaking with members in the House, if you just direct your, you know, instead of he or you, or direct it through the Speaker, please. And I recognize the honourable member for Sydney, member 2.
I'm trying to follow the rules all day, Mr. Speaker. But I will say this, through you to the member, I met him when I was a municipal affairs minister when I was on tour. And he would have a lot of good feedback, I think, on this stuff too as well. I'd be curious to hear from some of the communities, right? That because we know some of them are they like the MOU. And that's great. You know what I mean? If it works for them, wonderful. We don't want to take that from anyone. As I said, this has been years and years of consultation and a lot of hard work by a lot of people within the Department of Municipal Affairs. But 11 minutes to go. Yeah, it's been really kind of an honor and interesting to talk about home as much as we have for the last 2 days, and you can hear the passion in the MLAs from Cape Breton that represent the community because, personally for me, I think the more, and again, to the point of the point I'm trying to make with the hoist motion is that it's taken us so long to get to this point. And I referenced some of this last night. You know, there were some tough decisions made, Mr. Speaker, like incredibly tough over the last number of years that I was involved with on the government side with other really good people who were either elected still here or not. And they moved on. And we went through a lot of tough challenges. We went through a lot of public battles. And I'll say, and I said this last night, some of the people in this room were at those protests. They were at them all. And they saw how hard it was on myself and others. But they were still at the protests. And now they're going to go home to a public battle. They are. And you know what? I don't wish those public battles on anyone because they are tough. They're tough on you. They're tough on your families. And we can debate in here and keep it respectful. There's some jabs taken last night that I won't take offense to too much. But to the bill, these members have a chance to work with their premier and avoid it. They have a chance to avoid what I can see it started. I've lived this. And they can stop it by supporting this hoist motion. They can stop it by taking that pause and avoiding another public fight with another level of government. And this one, as I said last night, though, is different. Because when they go home, Mr. Speaker, whether it's Cape Breton or anywhere else, you can't say it's the carbon tax that did it, or you can't say it's the utility that did it. This is a direct decision of an MOU that was negotiated in a way that CBRM Council feels they were not done right, a deal that sees 16 other communities lose financial capacity grant. And they're going to have to go home and they're going to have to defend it. They're going to have to defend when people start seeing, wait a second, 16%. Again, this is what staff was telling the CBRM in these negotiations. You have room to raise your taxes. This is, and you know, the minister can, I'm not pointing at the minister because, hey, he might not even know half of the stuff that was said in those meetings. They have a mandate to go down and negotiate them, but that's what they were told. So that's what the public is going to start hearing today. Today. They're going to start hearing, wait a second, my residential rate, they said it can go up 16%. And what's going to happen to my road? Who's going to look after my roads? And I can't afford an increase in my taxes. I can't afford to put gas in the car. And I can't afford groceries, and I got to afford prescriptions. But they're going to start hearing today from the government why we're asking for this. Like, politics aside, we all know people are suffering right now under the cost of living. Highest in the country. Highest rents increases in the country. Child poverty in Cape Breton is a big problem. It's a problem we all fight every day. And today, residents are going to start hearing whoa, my interest rates just went up on my mortgage. And now I'm being told that my taxes could go up 16%. So let's fight it out in the legislature, or let's take 30 days to figure this thing out with a population of 100,000 people that will cost you 0 cents. 0 cents to have a cup of coffee in a boardroom, and try to start before the negotiation. And why we're asking for this hoist also isn't just about the MOU. I said this last night. It's also about trying to repair some sort of relationship between the Premier's office and CBRM Council. Because obviously, again today in the scrum, the Premier's like, nope, I'm not going. And I'm like, why? Why not? Like, it's, you can't, you got to govern when it's tough, too. You got to govern when it's tough. And this, as I said, is one issue. It's for the government, and again, it goes back to the hoist. Now, I'm going to get there in 2 seconds. But again, it goes back to the fact that all of the other fights, except outside of the non-residence tax, which sets the precedent for the government to pull back on something, such as this hoist, right? You pull back on that, pull back on this, have a conversation, get it right, and come back. But this public fight started today, and this is solely at the feet of the government. And in their best interest, because this thing will heat up very quickly, is to take that pause. Take that pause, have that conversation with the CBRM, and help your local MLAs navigate and build a strong foundational relationship with the CBRM, because it is non-existent. And I'm sitting there going like, hey, we all have our debates. I had a you know, my relationship with council at times wasn't the greatest either, right? You debate things, and then you're a local guy, and you make decisions, and they're tough decisions, and council may not like them, but you still got to have a conversation, because ultimately at the end of the day, you're all in it for the same. There's only one taxpayer. Like, we're all in it the same. We have different levels of government, but at the same time, we're all in this to help people. And again, this confrontation is, you're not winning this one. And that's why I'm really, as a guy on the opposite side, Mr. Speaker, that comes from a place of experience with some of the toughest decisions in the history of politics, probably in Cape Breton, around closing hospitals and doing what we think was right. I'm sitting there with experience, knowing my friends on the other side saying, somebody's got to support them because this is coming. It started. And we don't need this in our community right now. And in a time when people can't afford anything, we can avoid this narrative and this conversation and this actuality that their taxes are going to go up under this deal. We can avoid all. I'm trying to be a friend, Mr. Speaker, to guys and colleagues that I've served with for years. As a guy who went through this, do not do this. You have the ability to pause and have that conversation with the CBRM. Like, I've been around this too long to be too hyper-political about this thing. It's just, and I've said it, we don't disagree with everything here, but I do know what my colleagues are going home to. Oh. Go ahead.
Order.
Yeah.
We have a motion, and it would be to debate this or put a pause on this for 30 days. So I'd ask you to stick to the intent of the motion and to the points of the bill, please. And I do recognize the honourable member for Sydney, member 2.
Good speaker. Good speaker. Yeah. So again, and to the point of the delay, and I'll finish off with this, and really again, I'll reiterate. This costs the government nothing to do, to delay this for 30 days. It also gives the government the ability to try to repair and establish a positive, constructive relationship with the second largest municipality in the province. It also provides the local MLAs with the ability to go and meet with their council, their local council. Like, that's good. You know what I mean? It gives them the ability to do that. And it also gives the Premier the ability to delay for 30 days and be the Premier and go down with his colleagues and meet with CBRM Council. The delay also gives the government the ability not to get into another public fight, because the residents are going to lose in this one too. Because if this bill goes through, we've already heard it, less municipal capacity grant, questions around roads, all of these issues. So just take a breather. It's free charge. What's 30 days in the scheme of things? You have CBRM, you have 16 other communities, you have the NSFM that are saying as well, Mr. Speaker, that CBRM should have a separate deal. Listen to them, take a pause for 30 days. And I can tell you from experience, you'll really enjoy my recommendation if you do it. Because I think as tough as the conversation can get, I think it shows a lot of leadership, like they did on the non-residence tax. It shows a lot of leadership to say, you know what, the member from City Member 2 is right. We should take a pause. Do the right thing for the community. A community that's growing, a community that I love and proud to raise my family in, and a council that really needs help. A council that's reaching out for help, a council that's frustrated, but a council with an open door that would happily welcome the Premier and the MLA colleagues and the government, for that matter, in for a healthy conversation about the hopes and aspirations and supports that are needed to help a community that has grown substantially, has a lot of growing to do, has a lot of challenges to deal with, but needs a good relationship with their government. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Hey. I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Peer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speaking on hoist, wow. 30-day pause. That's what we're talking about here with hoist. We're talking about a 30-day pause. And the member for Sydney, Member 2, talked about some of the reasons that it'd be good for the local Cape Breton MLAs to want this 30 days. And as somebody who put a bullhorn into the face of the member for Sydney, Member 2, over some of the issues that we disagreed on, you know, I've often said, you know, I'm sorry I had to do that, but I wanted him and the government to understand how important these issues were. And I understand that they were important to him as well. But those pauses, those stops that we can have along the way on bad bills or bills that could be harmful to our areas is extremely important. Because that's what's going to happen if we don't pause this bill now. The members on the government side from Cape Breton, particularly from CBRM, may end up with bullhorns in their faces, may end up with many protests outside their offices. I know. I was someone who was in those protests. I was someone who brought the bullhorn. I did that to the Liberal government, to the members, I did that to the member for Sydney Member 2. I did that to the former MLA for Glace Bay a few times. Because that's what I was asking for. Stop. Think about what it means to our community. So the member for Sydney Member 2, when he is giving the cautionary tale to the members for CBRM on the government side, knows what he is talking about. I was watching the press conference that was held by the CBRM, and I watched the council meeting.
And they were also saying, we didn't have time to really dive in to what this bill, Bill 340, on municipal funding, would do. We didn't have time to really dissect what was in the letter for September 15th that keeps getting referenced. And that's what they're asking for, a pause, a time. And this hoist motion will do that. So this letter that keeps getting referenced, September 15th, I am of the impression reading this, and I've read it. It says, without an agreement, you will continue to pay the amounts related to corrections, approximately $1 million for the upcoming year, and your share of the net operating losses for public housing estimated at $3.5 million for 23-24. In addition, you would not be eligible to participate in other parts of the new service exchange proposal, including the $15 million infrastructure program, nor any road programs included in the agreement going forward. Also, responsibility for any obsolete schools would remain the responsibility of the municipality. I would need serious pause on this. I would really need time to talk to the minister about this. So, you know, and I've heard from the CBRM that they didn't have time to dissect this letter or actually have the minister come to the CBRM and explain it to them. Explain what this actually would mean. So a 30-day pause, a 30-day intervention, whoops, sorry, LGTV, a 30-day intervention would allow the Premier and the Minister to come to the CBRM and to the other 16 municipalities and explain to them the bill. Explain to them what would happen should the bill be passed. But this sounds more like a threat, in my opinion, than an actual willing to negotiate. I don't know why the government is so proud of the bill, of this letter. Because it sounds like they didn't want to negotiate, but the CBRM still does. So they want this pause. They want these 30 days so that things in this letter can be explained. In this letter, it also states, and this was talked about in the CBRM Council this afternoon, that the province is willing to work with you as part of the negotiations to develop a separate CBRM charter. According to what I listened to in the meeting that happened, I think roughly 2 hours ago now, one of the councillors, and I'm paraphrasing here, stated, this government wanted nothing to do with a charter, wanted nothing to do with talking about a charter until they found out that the CBRM was unhappy about this bill. And then and only then did they bring up a charter as a negotiation tool. Again, a pause needs to be taken here. A pause needs to be taken. 30 days needs to be had for all of that to be fully fleshed out. But then again, the other councillor went on to say, well, what good's a charter to us anyways? Look what's happened to the HRM, and they have a charter. So it's not really much of a negotiation tool. But to hold this over the CBRM's head, and as well as to say that you don't like what we have to offer, fine, you can keep it all. You can keep paying for corrections, and you can keep paying for housing. And you're not going to be part of any funding agreement. That needs to be fully fleshed out before the CBRM can, what is it, I quote, at this time I request a motion of council clearly stating whether you want to include in the want to be included in the service exchange agreement and receive the immediate additional financial support of the CBRM totaling $4.5 million, or whether the preference of the CBRM to delay potential additional savings while a separate agreement is negotiated with you. Once we have clarity, we can schedule future meetings with my office. I'm sorry. Very sorry. This came September 15th. It is September, what's the date? 20th?
October 20th.
October 20th. It's October 20th. It's October 20th. The CBRM's council meeting is Tuesday, if I'm not mistaken. The CBRM was asking for a meeting with the minister to flesh this out. A 30-day intervention, break, pause, could give the minister and the premier the opportunity to flesh this letter out with the CBRM, to talk about it, so that everybody fully understands what they're voting for. Because if I were sitting on CBRM council still in my old seat, I'd be looking at this letter going, what am I supposed to vote on? What am I voting on here? What are the consequences of this vote? I need a moment here. I need some time. And if I had my MLA standing up here in the legislature and I was sitting up in the council, I'd be like, find a way to press pause on this. Please find a way to press pause on this bill so we can understand what is happening here, so we can know what we're going to vote on. So that's that letter that was tabled last night. And I don't know if I'm supposed to table it or not again or not, but it's on the record, and I'm being told by the clerks I don't have to because it's already there. And so the other point of it is, the CBRM also doesn't understand how they're supposed to get that $4.5 million. That also needs to be explained. That's why the pause, that 30-day intervention, is important, so that the CBRM can understand where the $4.5 million is coming from. I was listening to their council meeting this afternoon. I took the time to listen to it, to hear what they had to say, because it was important for me as the MLA for Cape Breton Central Whitney Pier to know what my council is saying on this topic. And they're saying, we don't understand we're supposed to get the $4.5 million. Are we supposed to keep charging our residents for things we're no longer collecting on? And to get that $4.5 million? Or are we supposed to raise taxes to what was it, a 17%? That's what was suggested to them by a highly placed municipal staffer, a deputy, I believe it was a deputy minister or something. I don't really remember what it was. The conversation I had with them was a while ago on this topic. But the CBRM doesn't understand where that money is coming from. So they need that 30-day. We need that 30-day intervention, so that the minister can not only explain to the CBRM, but the minister can explain to the other 16 municipal units where they're supposed to make up that money. And then you can explain it to the residents of CBRM and the residents of the other 16 municipal units. That's what can be done in those 30 days. Explain to the residents of CBRM, explain to the residents of the 16 other municipal units where that money is coming from. Because it's not new money. There's no new money. So I don't want any other, and at this time, I think I also want to say, I do not one part of me wants to see any municipalities lose funding. In fact, I wanted to see the pot rise higher for all municipal units that need the equalization money to receive it. And I think we should take that 30-day pause to do that. Let's find new money in those 30 days to grow the pot so that all municipal units who need the funding will receive the actual funding rather than seeing decreases, because that's all what was promised. And I think that we should also go back to, let's go back to this, it was also tabled earlier today, and that was from the NSFM to the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing on the Service Exchange. And it says, the quote, the province should negotiate a separate service exchange agreement directly with the Cape Breton Regional Municipality, as they themselves have been advised during the consultation. End quote, and then goes on further say, a quote, the board supports the CBRM's request for a separate service exchange agreement to determine their best path forward. So this letter was written September 14th, 2023. My question is, why are we not taking that this pause? Let's take a chance. You got an opportunity here. Take this pause, take the 30 days, explain to the CBRM what the willing negotiating terms are. CBRM will come up with their offer of negotiating terms. Find a place where you can start. Anyway, find a place where you can start, and then start negotiating a separate deal. That's what can be done in those 30 days. That's what can be done in those 30 days. Because what I'm trying to get at here is that the Premier made a promise. The MLAs from CBRM, who are in the government side, made a promise. And that promise was that equalization, they would be receiving funding, more funding on top of the 15 million for as long as, I'm getting there.
I recognize the honourable member for Hants East.
Mr. Chair, the amendment doesn't even talk about the equalization. Can we get the information, like the member to speak on the amendment? Thank you.
Just for clarity, it's she's speaking on the advantages or disadvantages for having an additional 30 days to consult. So, but I will ask all members to stay on task to the hoist of the bill. I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as you said, I was speaking of the advantages and disadvantages of 30 days. But thank you for that time. That really helped me get my thoughts together. So, as I was saying, the Premier and the members from Cape Breton, from CBRM, campaigned on a promise about the funding formula, the capacity grant, the equalization. They won an election on it. So why not take those 30 days that is being offered in this hoist to actually follow through and negotiate a bigger pot of money, or to allow for a bigger pot of money? That's what we're saying in this. That's what I'm getting at here. I'm saying that you can take these 30 days and start renegotiating. You can start talking to the municipal units. In those,
Recognize the honourable member for Hants East on point of order.
Mr. Speaker, there's been 29 and a half hours of consultation on this bill and 2 dedicated ones for CBRM. Can we please get back to the amendment? Thank you.
Order, order. Yep. I'd ask that we stick within the advantages and disadvantages of moving this 30 days hence. So if you could if we could all keep our remarks to that, that would be great. And I'll recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
yes, Mr. Speaker, and that's what I was doing. I was speaking about the advantages and disadvantages of this 30 days. So that we can finally understand, so that we can get an understanding of what it would mean to have 30-day pause on this bill. And so 30 days would allow, and I understand my members across the aisle are getting mad and antsy about us talking about this bill and talking about the disadvantages and advantages of this 30 days pause. I get that they're getting antsy. They're tired, they want to go home, it's Friday. I understand that. I too would like to go home and be with my children and be with my community in the CBRM and talk to my CBRM counselors on this. But right now I'm here doing this work for my constituents. And my constituents want those 30 days. My constituents need those 30 days. Because they too want to understand how it is going to affect them. Because the way that we make laws here is so far out of left field. It makes no sense that we put these bills and we do not give people enough time. And the 30 days, this hoist motion allows for myself and my colleagues to go back to our constituencies and explain to our constituents what it would mean to them. It allows for the Premier and the Minister to go back to the CBRM and have those conversations. It allows for the CBRM MLAs to go back and explain. It allows for this other MLAs that have residents in the other 16 municipalities that are going to be losers here to go back and explain to their residents what this bill could mean for them. So this bill could mean, if we do not take a pause right now, this bill could mean a tax and hike, like a tax hike, I should say. I need this tea. Just one second. I need this good Cape Breton tea that's really strong. It's made perfectly, by the way. It means a tax hike. Because apparently that's how they're going to make up the money, the 4.5 million. And I'm telling you, Mr. Speaker, the residents, my community that I represent of Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier, have not had the time to understand how this bill will affect them going forward. And they deserve that time. The residents of the CBRM deserve that time. The residents of the 16 other municipal units deserve those 30 days to fully understand what this bill would mean for them. Again, I don't understand why the government side does not want to take the 30 days to look the bill over, to discuss it with their counterparts in the municipal units. Why not have that consultation? Why not have those conversations? Why not take the time for those negotiations? Because they're gonna be faced, if they walk out of here tonight and they go back to Cape Breton, back to the CBRM, either tonight or tomorrow, whenever they get there, or we leave this bill when the legislature's closed, when the premier's decided that we don't need to be here anymore and pass any more bills, and they go back to their community without taking this pause, without taking this 30 days, they're going to be met with very angry residents. Because my colleague was right. But he was wrong also. He said that the fight started today, this afternoon. The fight started the moment this bill was on the order paper. That's the first part of this fight, was when that bill went on the order paper. So, let's stop the fight. Let's take 30 days. Let's take that breather. Everybody takes a deep breath. Yeah, take a deep breath. And we calm down. And we try and have a conversation together. That's what the 30 days would allow. For us just to step back, take some breaths, breathe a little easier. Because if we don't, if we leave here, without taking those 30-day break, if we pass, God forbid, if we pass this bill, I'm not going to pass it. I'm voting against. But if we didn't take those 30 days, if we did not take those 30 days, the members opposite in the PC government from Cape Breton Regional Municipality are going to face a lot of her constituents. But if they take those 30 days, Mr. Speaker, and get to speak with their community members and get to speak with the councillors of the CBRM, then we might see things differently when we come back in 30 days. There may be a difference of opinion on the government side. Wouldn't that be nice? Because you want to know something, and I am going to digress for just a little bit, Mr. Speaker, and please give me this latitude. Because I want my members in the chamber here that are not from Cape Breton, not from the CBRM, to understand something. We in Cape Breton, we forgive a lot. If you're willing to say, I'm sorry, I made a mistake, I've changed my mind, we forgive. We're forgivable people. We may not forget, but we will forgive. And we especially forgive those who admit mistakes, because it takes a strong person to admit when they're mistaken. And if we took those 30 days and we all breathed a little easier, and the conversations that need to be had were had, the consultation that need to be had, to be consulted, because the thing that's missing here is there's residents who have not been consulted. There's residents of every single municipality, And this is not just the CBRM here I'm talking about. Whether it's good or bad for certain municipalities is not relevant, because none of them have been consulted. So let's take the 30-day break and start consulting the people that we represent. Let them hear the full details. Let them ask the questions. The first time that they get to ask questions or provide information should not be at law amendments. It should be in their communities with their elected officials. And those 30 days that this hoist motion would provide us would allow for that. Who knew? Open, transparent, proper consultation could happen in those 30 days. Wouldn't that be nice to have that break to talk to our constituents about what this would mean for each of our municipal units? And then we could all come back together with more flushed out thoughts and opinions on it, that we could make a better bill, and then a better act. Because the last time we had a service exchange, I'm just going to consult here because I have to look. I have to remember because I always forget if it's 92 or 93. The discussion 94. Well, the discussion paper was in 93, I think, and then 94 was the actual exchange. It's been so long. I mean, I was born in 1988. So I was only just in school kind of when this came to be. And so so I do not think after how many years of this was it? 27? Am I right in that math? I don't think 30 days is too much to ask after this long of a wait. 29, I'm sorry. Oh boy, I was a little off there in my math. 29, that's right, yeah. So I don't think 30 days would be too much to ask to take that break after 29 years. And if we did that, if we took those 30 days and we all came back here, heard more from our constituents, and we stood back up here and we were able to truly debate this, the members from all your units, every single municipal unit. And I'm sure there's a few of you that have maybe one or two, maybe three municipal units that you have to talk with. That's a lot of people. So let's take those 30 days, everybody. Let's go home, talk to our constituents, hear the pros and the cons from them, hear their concerns, get them answers for their questions, so that we all fully understand what's going to happen. And that's what the 30 days is going to give. A little bit more understanding. If the Minister for Municipal Affairs and Housing and if the Premier go out and do their part of the work, and that is to talk to the municipalities, especially those that seem to have stuff to lose here, they take that 30 days that this hoist motion is going to provide, and you go out and you talk to the municipal units, especially the 17 that stand to lose, and you come to maybe a new understanding with each other. How great will that be? In Whitney Pier, Mr. Speaker, it's called Powerful Creative. It's a great company, and some part of their motto is when we work together, powerful things can happen. And I keep it on my phone as a reminder that when we work together, powerful things can happen. So if we work together, all together, and we pass this motion, this hoist, to reconvene in 30 days on this bill, maybe powerful things can happen. maybe something very powerful could happen. Maybe we can make a better bill than what we would have seen because we have talked to the people they're going to affect the most. That's quite powerful. It's very, very powerful. Because I'm not standing here on my own fighting. And I'm not fighting just for me. I have residents behind me that I'm fighting for, and I am fighting for them. And they deserve the 30 days. They deserve to have those measly, small potato 30 days to understand how a bill that's passed within, when was this put on the order paper? A couple days ago. A couple days ago, a bill was put on the order paper. And if this hoist does not go through, we're gonna go to law amendments at some point. And before 14 days of being in this legislature is up, we might be voting on it. And I don't mean 14 days as in the whole week, I mean the actual time that we're in this building. So if say we're in here for 14 days, within 14 days we'll be voting on this bill. That is not a lot of time. That is not a lot of time to talk to our constituents. And that's for every bill. Because the way we do law, the way we do bills and we pass laws around here is bonkers. But the 30 days, those precious 30 days, I mean, what is 30 days, really, if you're going to make a better bill in the end? What is 30 days if that allows for the Premier and the Minister to go and talk to municipal units about this bill and how it affects the residents, and hear from the residents and hear from the municipal units? And I don't mean just hear, I don't mean just sit there and nod our heads and go, uh-huh, yeah. And I mean really listen and take it in and hear what is being said. And if we, as MLAs, can go back to our ridings and engage with our residents and engage with our municipal units and really hear what their concerns are. What powerful things could happen when we reconvene in 30 days? What we could come up with for a better bill if we came back in 30 days. I'm amazed by that. That would be a change in how we do business. It'd be a change in how we do governance. We'll be doing better governance. We'd be doing better governance. We'd be better at our jobs. We'd make better bills. And all it would take is a 30-day pause. And so I'm just going to take this for 1 second because my throat's getting a little dry. My community of the CBRM, the residents that I represent, the residents that my fellow colleagues here represent, they're going to want these 30 days. And I hope the government is understanding of what that could mean for your municipal units as well. Because if we work together on this motion and we pass it, powerful things can happen. And so I don't want to meander and go on and on and on because I really don't see the point of that. But it is important that my colleagues understand that this issue the issues that are in this bill. And some of the things that are not in this bill that are going to be put in regulations are very concerning and could have devastating effects on our communities and on our residents. So let's take the 30 days. Let's not, I'm trying to think of a word here. I'm sorry. I'm at a loss for a word.
Let's not be precipitous.
Precipitous. Yes, thank you. That's a great word. Let's not be precipitous. That is a, now that's a word that we can all take to the bank, and I'm pretty sure that'd be a great word in Scrabble. But let's take the 30 days. Don't put our heads in the sand. Because I am telling you, I know what's going to happen. Because if I were on CVRM Council right now, I would be planning the same exact thing that I'm sure they are. Protests at every MLA in the CVRM's office who votes against the hoist motion and who plans to vote for the bill. I'd be there with my bullhorn. I usually carry it in my car. But I had to get a new one because the other one he wrote it. But I usually have it. And I would be protesting at these MLA's offices.
Let's get back to the advantage and the disadvantages within the bill for 30 days within the motion. And I'll recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
I'm almost done, Mr. Speaker, and that is a disadvantage of not voting for this hoist, is that the members for CBRM are going to end up with protests at their doors because people are not going to be happy. They're not happy with this bill, and they will protest. They've been known to do it, and that is very disadvantaged to the members because it's happened before. It's never been fun. So what I will say in closing, Mr. Speaker, is, again, let's take a pause. Let's take a breather. Everyone back to our corners. And let's come to an agreement that we can count on. An agreement that everyone is happy with, and an agreement where everybody is winners. I know we can do it in 30 days if the political will is there. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I take my seat.
I recognize the Honourable Minister it's the first person I recognize. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I know it's unusual to stand and speak as to why a dilatory motion is a bad idea, but I will speak for a few minutes on why a 30-day pause is a terrible idea for this bill. And I know there are people who are watching who may wonder what on earth is going on here, and I can assure them that there is often from opposition benches a considerable amount of misinformation or misunderstanding. I'll just clarify a few points right now for the sake of those people and for the sake of my colleagues. First of all, there's been an enormous amount of work put in this over more than a year with a committee called CERMGuard, which was really headed up by Murray Scott and Carolyn Bolivar-Getson. And if there are any councillors out there and municipal people who want to know more about this, call them or call Brenda Chisholm-Beaton or Juanita Spencer and the amount of work that's been put into this CERMGuard or this Municipal Reform Act. The reason that it would be, there's a number of reasons why it would be a poor idea to change the bill, or delay the bill. One of the things I want to address is the information about the 16 who are offside. Near as I can tell, that is a reference to the fact that there were two parts to the roads proposed in the original document, which everyone saw. And by the way, we did extensive consultations once the agreement was reached in draft in middle of the summer, including 2 specifically for CBRM, including sending my staff to CBRM. And I apologize I didn't get there myself later, but it was really a little bit late, and we did communicate back with them. And I do want to point out that we did, in a written letter, offer CBRM the opportunity to opt out of this and have their own charter. And I want to point out that we're the first government in a long, long time to be willing to say that, and if we say that, we would do it. So we just said, look, if you want to be out, you let us know, and you can be out, and we'll offer you a charter. So we didn't get a positive reply back on that. So anyway, I just want to say that there's lots of reasons why this should go ahead. There's too many things that I want to say, so I'm just losing track here. But the reality is that this new municipal service exchange agreement, the first one since 1995, will offer every single one of the 48 municipalities more money in their pocket. What they do with that is up to them. So each of our municipalities collect taxes. Some of that tax money has been sent into the province for corrections and for something called net operating losses. The net operating losses refer to the net operating losses on public housing in each municipality. It changes a little bit every year. Most of our municipal councillors will know about that. I just want to read some numbers. So for the town of Amherst, this deal, if it doesn't go through, will mean that they lose $528,000. For a small town, that's a big amount of money if we don't do it. For the town of Annapolis Royal, this deal, if it doesn't go through, means $78,000 less in their pockets. For the town of Middleton, this deal, if it doesn't go through, means $121,000 less in their pocket. Town of Wolfville will lose $423,000. The town of Yarmouth, $584,000. County of Annapolis, $457,000. County of Colchester, $682,000. So the reality is, when we talk about this being to the better to the municipalities of about $40 million, this is what we're referring to, and this is every one of the 48 municipalities. Cape Breton Regional Municipality stands out as the outlier in that this stands to their benefit to almost $4.6 million. That's real money, and they, you know, I know that they're not happy. I'm aware of that. The reality is they collect money in taxes and they remit money for corrections and the net operating losses. Whether they give a tax reduction or spend that money on badly needed infrastructure for citizens, that is the choice of every single municipality in this list. That's a simple reality. So if we were to delay this bill for 30 days, we would probably push it into the next session of the legislature, in the spring session, and that means all of this money would be delayed a year. So this would be $40 million that the province would receive, but the municipalities would not receive, right? So I think it would be a very significant loss to my municipalities. And it's like I said, every one of these, the District of Clare will gain $238,000 from this deal. So if we take your advice and delay it, that means that's a year lost on that deal. I don't know if, and I'm looking at the member who represents the District of Clare, I'm not sure that that's really what he wants for his municipality. So this is an extraordinarily generous first step for us. That being said, we recognize there are still controversial things. So there was, just to get back to the roads, there was 2 parts to the road plan. One of the most pressing issues on roads was how roads were handled for towns, and that is in Part A, and that is still in there. And there is also an infrastructure fund program to allow municipalities to apply for, so we can deal with that. So that's another part of it, not included in the $40 million we were talking about. Another part of it, which my colleague from Glace Bay referenced, was the extraordinary cost of these obsolete schools. The reason they're expensive is because to tear down a large building that has asbestos in it, it can cost anywhere from $300,000 to $1 million. It's incredibly expensive to tear them down. And when they go to the municipality is left with the bill. And you know, yet, so we're saying we recognize that that's a burden on municipalities. We're willing to take that on. So the deal is an incredibly good deal for our municipalities. I feel as a government that we can take some pride in that this is quite a generous deal in reality. Is any deal perfect? No, nothing's perfect. I mean, the only way you can avoid criticism is do nothing, I guess, and then you'll be criticized for doing nothing. But that's what we have. We have two governments in previous who took swings at this and didn't do it. And so no criticism there. But we're taking a swing at this. We're doing it. I realize that some of the criticism from CBRM comes from the fact that they wanted more. Okay, this is the deal. This is where we arrived at. The municipal financial capacity grant, which they received, will remain the same for 5 years. We made that commitment to all our municipalities. Meanwhile, I will say that, and as I know the former member who is a former municipal affairs minister would know, that the municipal financial capacity grant is based on absolutely the formula we received from NSFM or a number of years ago, right? It's not our formula. It's their formula. It's what we use. And it's a complicated formula. So, you know, and we're willing to work with that. So we have a commitment as a government to renegotiate this MOU. That, you know, if you think about 1995, the internet didn't even exist in 1995. So why are we're not looking backward, we're looking forward. That being said, there's still a lot more work to do. There's what we call Schedule A, which is things that are difficult. Fire service is a difficult question. Policing, which will be largely led by the Department of Justice, is a difficult issue and complicated and incredibly important to our province. And we will address that. And on the roads issue, which I know you've quoted, 16 are not happy with. As far as I can understand, you're just referring to that Part B in this, which we pulled out. There were people who had problems with that road issue. So the reality is this is a tremendously good deal for our municipalities, and I think the idea that we would delay it would simply mean at the end of the day, would mean there's $40 million more in the government's coffers this year coming than there would be, because it won't happen until next year. But if we do it now, it'll mean there's $40 million in the next fiscal year in all our municipalities' pockets, spread out. So these are real numbers. This is a real impact. You know, and I'm a little bit shocked at the vociferous debate on the issue, because we all have municipal friends and partners. Every one of, you know, my municipalities will benefit too in Kings County. Kings County will benefit a fair bit. But all of these, the benefit is all related to the numbers of citizens, if you understand what I'm saying. So so it's all kind of relative to the numbers, and also relative actually to the density of public housing. So some areas have way more public housing than others. That's the reality. So CBRM and HRM have a lot of public housing. There's quite a bit of public housing in the Annapolis Valley, but not to the numbers that there are in CBRM. All right. So with that, Speaker, I again reiterate, I think it would be a good idea that we not pass the 30-day delay.
I recognize the honourable member for Northside Westmount.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm also happy to get up and talk about why we need to hoist this motion. First thing we need to do is hoist this motion to prevent the Tory tax heist on the residents of CBRM, because that's what's going to happen here when this motion goes through. It's going to be a tax hike. Now, the minister just spoke and he said a lot of numbers. Numbers here, numbers there. He's learned very well from the lead illusionist of this government. All they do is present an illusion of action, Mr. Speaker. An illusion of action that says we're doing this, we're doing this. We can't hoist the bill, because we're going to do this. We're going to give all this money. In actual fact, the $4.5 million that we're talking about for CBRM is flow-through money. It's money that is being charged to the residents and being sent to the province. What the minister is suggesting that these municipalities do is keep that money, keep taxing the residents of that money. And I have to tell you, that's fundamentally wrong. CBRM does the right thing. Imagine the seniors in Cape Breton who are losing out on the senior care grant because they're just over the edge.
Order. Let's stick to the advantages and disadvantages of the hoist. And I recognize the honourable member for Northside West Bend. I'm sure he's getting to it.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm absolutely getting to why we need to hoist this bill. It's because the residents of CBRM are missing out on their senior tax grant because they're over. They're missing out on their HARP grant because it's over. They reduced the amount to $75,000 and they reduced the amount. Now, why is it important that we hoist this bill? It's for a second look at the bill because this is going to further raise taxes on the seniors of CBRM, on the working poor of senior CBRM, on everybody in CBRM. Their taxes are going to go up by 16%. If I was a sitting CBRM member of the government, Mr. Speaker, I would be telling the Premier, you can't do this. If you do this, I'm going to sit as an independent because I am here to represent my constituents. And I can say that. I can say that, Mr. Speaker, because I already spoke out about my party, about something I didn't agree with. Because I am there to represent my constituents first, which I would hope everybody in this room is there. We need to hoist this motion so that the members can go back and rethink their position. The members of CBRM on the government side really need to look at this bill and what it's going to do to their residents. Mr. Speaker, there's no choice. There's no choice for CBRM. There's no choice for the other 16 municipalities that have indicated that they are not in favor of this bill. The choice is that they're given by this government is to tax their residents for something that they're not paying for in an area that's already the highest taxes in Nova Scotia and the lowest income levels, average family income levels, the lowest in Nova Scotia. We're going to now, without taking 30 days to think about this, we're going to push this motion through. The second largest municipality in the province, with the second largest police force, is being lumped in to a deal that they don't need. And the member for Glace Bay talked about the charter. The minister talked about the charter. But was it we will negotiate a charter, or we will negotiate a charter with you if you agree to this, or if you know, there's always conditions. Again, it's the illusion of action, Mr. Speaker. So we need to hoist this bill. As the member for Sydney Member 2 said, it's not for 6 months. It could be up to 6 months that we're asking. We're only asking for 30 days. 30 days, Mr. Speaker, to hoist this bill so that, and it's not about the municipal government, it's not about the provincial government, It's about the resident of Sydney Mines. It's about the resident of North Sydney, Alder Point, Florence, Westmount, Coxheath, Point Edward, and all points in between. It's about the residents of Glace Bay. It's about the residents of Cape Breton East. We owe it to them to work through this deal so that they get a break with their taxes, and the proper amount of equalization goes to the municipalities that deserve it. Mr. Speaker, we look at the amount that was reduced in equalization from 15 million to 13 million for CBRM. From 30 million to 15 million to 13 million. That doesn't, to me, sound like a government that understands the issues at the municipal level. A grant that's mostly paid for by Nova Scotia Power. Use some of the surplus to provide the like services that equalization provides for in our communities. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, with that, I move to adjourn debate on this hoist motion.
We have a motion on the floor to adjourn debate on the hoist motion. Roll call has been called, and the bells will ring until the whips are satisfied.
Well, yeah, right? In 15 seconds. You know, I could have left you on this side, but maybe you would have shown your word.
I'll just turn it off now. It's okay. Right at 5.
Order. We've reached the time of adjournment. We stand adjourned until Tuesday, October 24th, between the hours of 1 p.m. and 11:59 p.m. We're adjourned.